IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It is Wednesday, and y'all know what that means. It means it's not only hump day for the week as Notre Dame gets ready for Navy this weekend in a battle of top 25 teams, but Trevor, it is also our midweek rundown. So we're going to talk about several different topics today. We're going to first kind of do our stacking up feature where we're going to talk about Notre Dame and Navy stacking up, and it is a very fascinating matchup, to be honest with you, much more so than I would have thought about. And it's interesting watching some of Notre Dame's rankings kind of, you look, I'm like, wow, I didn't realize they would rank that high in that particular category. And I'll talk about what I mean by that when we get to that part of the show. And then, of course, we'll talk about our game records. Trevor, you and I were just kind of talking about that. And it could be a long list, but we're going to focus on a couple guys on both sides of the ball. And then, of course, finally, we'll do our buy, so hold. As you all know, our buy, so hold is made by premium members only. If you want to get a buy, so hold in and you did not have a chance to get it in during the allotted time on the board, you can go and throw in a super chat like Patrick James has done, and he has a super chat for a buy so hold, Trevor, that we had like 3 other people submit buy so holds for the same exact question. So it'll be very interesting to kind of get into that. So a lot going on today, Trevor, and we're just one day closer to this big matchup between Notre Dame and Navy.
I'm excited to get into it today, man. It's one of those, I love the Wednesday show. You kind of start talking about how Notre Dame stacks up against Navy and what this matchup is going to look like from a both side standpoint. And of course, got to love the buy, sell, hold. So excited to get into it with you today, man.
So, Trevor, we're going to kick things off with, as you mentioned, sort of with a stacking up feature. And this is really interesting because there's the looking at it from a number standpoint, and obviously the numbers are going to tell a certain part of the story. And as you get into this point in the season where you're halfway through the year in Navy's case, and in Notre Dame's case, you're a game past the halfway point, you start getting a better idea of where a team is statistically. And really, when I do this article earlier in the season, when I was doing this article on the front page of the website, I was still using 2023 data and then having to use the written part as context for what we've seen so far this year, because you really don't know. I think back to the 2015 season, when Notre Dame played Georgia Tech. And if you remember correctly, Georgia Tech coming into that season was highly ranked. They were a top 20 football team. I think they ranked 15th when they played Notre Dame. I'm actually looking at their schedule from that year now. 14th. They were as high as 14th. Came into the season ranked real high. They'd gone 11-3 the year before, played in the ACC title game. Lost to Florida State in a barn burner. I don't know if you remember that game. It was a great game. And then come out the first game of the year, they beat Alcorn State 69-6. They beat Tulane 65-10. And you're thinking, man, this is going to be a real tough game. Boy, this Georgia Tech team is really good. And Notre Dame was coming off of a couple really hard-fought games coming into that point in time. The Irish were, I think, 2-0. They had played Texas and Virginia. It was their first start with Deshaun Kaiser. I don't know if you remember that. Durham Smythe was out. Torian Folsom was out. Jerron Jones was out. Sean Crawford was out. That was a beat-up football team, and it's going to be a dogfight. And come and find out, Georgia Tech stunk. We just didn't know it yet. Notre Dame won that game 30-22. It was not that close. They scored twice in the last couple minutes. Recovered an onside kick, went down and scored, recovered another onside kick. And they finished that year 3-9. Week after losing at Notre Dame, went out and lost to Duke by 2 touchdowns, a decent Duke team with David Cutcliffe. So you don't really know how good teams are. We got a much better idea now, although there's obviously still a learning process. And then with Navy in certain aspects of it too, it's like, okay, I know Navy's good. My eyes can tell me that Navy's good. But how good, it's kind of hard to tell because of who they've played so far. And so we'll dive into that a little bit too, Trevor. But this statistical matchup between these two teams is really fascinating because there's a lot of good on good in this matchup. There really is. And some good on good statistically that I wasn't expecting to necessarily be the case. And we'll dive into that, especially with the defense. But of course, Trevor, we're going to start with the offense and look at the Notre Dame offense and how they stack up against this Navy defense. And when you first start things off, it's going to be about the ground game, Trevor. And the numbers tell the story. I mean, Notre Dame all season has been a pretty good team rushing the football. They've had a couple games here and there. They didn't run the ball overly well. The Louisville game obviously was one they didn't run the ball very well. The Northern Illinois game is one they didn't run it very well. I actually thought they ran the ball pretty well against Georgia Tech, considering how much of Georgia Tech's game plan was geared towards stopping the run. That was a Georgia Tech. Notre Dame had 168 yards and 4.3 yards per carry, right? Not great numbers. But it was over 60 yards beyond what Georgia Tech's season high or season average was going into the game, and about a full yard beyond it. And then you consider that they had 2 plays where they took a knee in the game, which kind of factored into the yards per carry would have been closer to 4.5, 4.6 in the game if you take those 2 plays out. So overall, it was a pretty solid performance. They ran the ball really well against a Stanford team that's been a pretty quality rush defense so far this season. And you come into the game and say, okay, well, Notre Dame's run game is pretty good. And for all the issues that we have with the Notre Dame offensive line when it comes to pass protection, this is an area that, for the most part, they've been pretty, at the very least, good at, and at times really good at. And then you flip it over on the other side, and you did the data, Trevor, and Navy hasn't been a great rushing team this year. And it's not just because they've played a triple option team. A lot of times that can kind of skew things a little bit, Trevor. But when you look at Navy, they actually, I thought, did a pretty good job against the Air Force rush game. They held Air Force to 158 yards rushing. They held Temple to 35, 131 by Bucknell. Last 4 games, they gave up 274 to Memphis, 192 to UAB, 158 to Air Force, and last week Charlotte had 187 rushing yards, Trevor. This is a team that has been getting gashed in the 3 games after the Navy game. UAB rushed for 75, 61, and 101 yards. And, you look at what Charlotte's done running the football. They ran for 311 against East Carolina, 187 against Navy. They went for 67 against Rice, 137 against Indiana, 13 against Gardner-Webb, 49 against North Carolina, 131 against Georgia Tech. So they have not been – this has been a concern, a problem area for Navy, and it's the strength of Notre Dame. So we're going to talk about some good-on-good matchups. This ain't one of them, and it puts a lot of importance on this part of the game for Notre Dame.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Navy has had issues on defense with teams who can consistently move the line of scrimmage. That's one of the biggest issues that they've faced in the run game. And Notre Dame is kind of starting to come into their own with being able to do that. You see that in reflections against, a Stanford defense who held teams like Clemson to season lows at that point when they were playing each other in rushing yards, right? So Georgia Tech was a stout rushing defense, and Notre Dame was able to run the ball quite effectively. 168 against Georgia Tech, 229 against Stanford. So now it's almost like I don't want to call it a breath of fresh air, because this is still a Navy defense that you do have to take seriously and execute and do the things that you have to. But Notre Dame was able to run the ball relatively well against teams who were better than Navy at stopping the run. So it's going to be something that we're going to talk about throughout the rest of the week, and something I'm going to be keeping an eye out on Saturday, because Notre Dame has to get back to some of their identity of they are a run-first team, and their most explosive skilled room right now is the running backs, right? So, I say that as lightly as I can, but it's the most explosive guys you have on the team right now, proven over and over again, is 4, 24, 20 in the limited carries we've seen out of 21,
Right.
I mean, it's just they're loaded in there. So I expect Notre Dame, especially with what the stats say, to get back to that identity.
And Trevor, we talk about Devin Ford, right? And Devin Ford should not, in my opinion, be taking touches away from Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love and Riley Leonard, right? I believe that to be true. But the reality is Devin Ford would play for a lot of the teams that Notre Dame plays this year as either their starter or their number 2 back, right? I mean, that it's not so much that, Devin Ford stinks. It's more so like, okay, when you've got that on your roster, I have a hard time saying, okay, give 22 touches in clutch situations.
Right.
And that just kind of puts into context, like, give us a top 100 recruit coming out of high school. You know what I mean? And sometimes I feel kind of bad saying the things I say, but it's not so much a knock on Devin. He's a great kid, great worker, solid player. It's just I have a hard time saying take the ball out of the hands of those players. And when you look at the success Notre Dame has had, we talked about with Navy. I love context, Trevor. And with Navy, you look at it and say, okay, well, you didn't necessarily do a great job against certain teams. You've allowed kind of one of your several teams' highest outcomes of the season, like rushing performances of the season, have come against Navy. Best performance, second best performance, things along those lines. And then when you look at Notre Dame, it's the opposite story. Notre Dame has the most yards that Texas A&M has allowed all season on the ground, 198. The next highest total they had is 180. Notre Dame is 5.8 yards per carry. The next highest total is 4.7. In the last 5 games, A&M's defense has given up 52, 89, 168, and 125 yards on the ground. They've held opponents to 2.1, 3.9, 3.3, 2.3, and 3.5 yards per carry. Notre Dame went for 5.8 against them. You look at Stanford, for example. The next highest yardage total that anyone has had against Stanford was this past weekend against SMU, who went for 179 yards. That's 50 below Notre Dame. Notre Dame went for 5.9 yards per carry, had 4 touchdowns. The next highest yards per carry average was Clemson at 5, almost a full yard higher than Clemson. And over a full yard, it was 1.2 higher than what SMU had. And their 4 rushing touchdown doubles up when anybody else has had. It's a third of the rushing touchdowns Stanford has allowed this year. And so, I mean, you're talking about 50 yards more than anybody else has done against that defense. And, I keep kind of going down through the list. Notre Dame's 362 yards and 8.2 yards per carry were the highest that Purdue's given up all year. Oregon, the number 1 team in the country, just rushed for 131 yards and 3.7 yards per carry against Oregon. Notre Dame went for 362 and 8.2. The next highest total that Purdue's getting. Purdue sucks. Get that. They do. The next highest yards per carry total that anyone has had against Purdue was 6.0. So Notre Dame is over 2 yards per play. Illinois went for 177 and 4.5. Wisconsin rushed for 228, 5.6 yards per carry. Notre Dame went for 362 and 8.2 yards per carry, 6 touchdowns. It's over a quarter of the rushing touchdowns that Purdue has given up all season came at the hands of Notre Dame. And even the Northern Illinois game, Toledo is the first team to go for more yards against Northern Illinois than what Notre Dame did. And Notre Dame only rushed for 123. Toledo went for 133. They went for 3.6 yards per carry. That is still the second highest total against against Northern Illinois this year. Notre Dame's 4.4 is the most Northern Illinois has allowed all year. Still, not good performance by Notre Dame, but the point is it's still better than anybody else has done against Northern Illinois. And you go down this line, Trevor, and it's kind of the same story week after week. Georgia Tech, it was the second most yards they've allowed all year. The only team that had more was Marion Hampton, North Carolina. They also, it's third highest yards per attempt. Most rushing touchdowns. They've only given up 4 rushing touchdowns all season in the 7 previous games. Notre Dame went for 3. So when you're talking about, I just went through the entire schedule, and the only team where Notre Dame didn't have a significantly better performance against that team than everybody else on their schedule is the Louisville game. Louisville did a much better job of keeping Notre Dame in check than anybody else did. That's the only one. So you look at it and say, it's not just that they're putting up yards against really good, the context of how are they performing relative to how everybody else does in that area speaks volumes about how good this rushing team has been for Notre Dame this season.
You said at the start of the show, too, that there would be some stats where you'd be kind of surprised when you hear it, because you think of Notre Dame as a rush-first team, and I'm not saying every single output every Saturday has to be what they did against Purdue, right? That's just an unrealistic standard for a team that's not a traditional triple option team, right? But that was honestly one of them for me. Is I knew that Notre Dame was still effective on the ground. Their offense the last couple of weeks has been trending to be a little bit more balanced, but within that, they're still able to maintain what their identity is in becoming a rush-first football team. So I think that's interesting. I appreciate the context there, because, one, that makes me feel a heck of a lot better for what the outcome is going to be on the ground against Navy on Saturday, and 2, it just puts to light how much success Notre Dame is having on the ground against teams whose first priority on defense, not just with Notre Dame, but with every opponent that they face, is stopping the run. So that's the offense kind of getting an identity of, we know what you're good at and we know what your intent is. We're just going to do our thing anyways, and we're going to do it better than any team that you've played.
When Notre Dame has been good, it's because they like, my big beef with the Louisville game was there was no creativity. There was no adjustments. There was nothing unique that you did differently. and they struggled. Every other game, they've done a pretty good job of that. You know, they ran some really unique counter stuff against Purdue that we hadn't seen and had a lot of success with it. Northern Illinois, it was just kind of counter and inside zone, and it wasn't effective. Next week against Purdue, you come out, you do some different stuff with your counter game. It works really effectively. Your inside zone ends up being very good. You talk about some of the different wrinkles. We talked about the pin and pull stuff that they did against Stanford. They ran that again against this past weekend against Georgia Tech. Jadarian Price rips off, I think, a 23-yard gain off of that. They were also doing an inside zone, what I call inside zone load, which is basically getting the way that Georgia Tech plays downhill run. It's going to be tough getting to their backside inside linebacker. So Notre Dame essentially either used a tight end or a second running back to basically just load on that guy, lead block essentially. I don't call it lead because lead, when I say lead, that's more of a play side lead. This was more of a backside lead where they're running inside zone right. He's taking that inside back or backside. I'll have a breakdown of that tonight on the message board. But there were different wrinkles to it that say, okay, this allowed you to find some success running the football against Georgia Tech. And again, they had an 18-yard touchdown run called back off a hold that to me did not impact the play at all. You know, and so you look at it and say they find a way, say, look, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to find ways to be good at it. And that's going to have to continue against Navy. There's no question about it. So, Trevor, obviously that's an advantage, a matchup that on paper is an advantage Notre Dame. And here's one of these ones where you look at Navy and you're like, they rank 82nd in the country in passing yards allowed per game. They rank 71st in the country in yards per attempt. They rank 106th in the country in yards allowed per completion. And they are the 43rd pass defense in the country in efficiency. And they rank 76th with most gains of 30 yards or more allowed. And they have the on-paper advantage over Notre Dame. I mean, that's like when you're just talking statistically, this is going to be it, right? It's like, okay, yeah, Notre Dame's going to find ways to run the football. Navy is going to do everything in their power to stop Notre Dame from running the football. Can the Notre Dame pass offense finally step up and really have some success? That's going to just kind of be the big question every week, Trevor, until they do it. Yeah, they had a really nice performance against Stanford, and they came out against Georgia Tech. Did some nice things in the quick game, good scheme, quarterback doing a good job. Nothing earth-shattering, nothing that's going to like, wow, boy, got to really worry about that Notre Dame team now that they threw for 209 yards against Georgia Tech, right? This is going to be the matchup. They're not very good defending the pass, and Notre Dame's not very good at throwing it. Which one of these maybe changes a little bit on Saturday?
I agree. It's the $1 million question of at what point is it going to turn on? I mean, after the Louisville game, you and I talked about a lot of this next 3-game stretch. We're going to learn a lot about this football team and kind of like what their identity was going to be to end the season, right? And now here we are against Navy, and there's a lot of parallels between Navy's defense and some other defenses Notre Dame has faced over this last 3-game stretch. Stanford was a little bit better at stopping the run. They didn't have the best pass defense. Same thing could be said with Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech allowed a lot of big chunk plays in the pass game, but they were known for stopping the run. And I look at this, and it's somewhat of the same. There's some individual statistics where Navy's a little better, right? But again, it is the last game in this 3-game stretch for me from an evaluation standpoint where maybe Notre Dame is just going to be maybe a 220, 230 passing yard team per game. Not saying that is
good with that actually at this point in time.
I am too.
If they average 230 yards the rest of the year, I'm like, man, they're going to kill everybody they play. They're going to win every game in a blowout.
Sure.
I mean, it just seems like so many yards now, which is insane to say that, but it just seems like, wow, that'd be a huge performance if they could throw for 230 yards. It just makes me sad. It makes me really sad.
Well, and it's so tough because to your point, Brian, like nobody's going to look at. I mean, they diced up Stanford for 200 and some odd passing yards, and they went for 209 against Georgia Tech. Like it's in the spirit of becoming more of a balanced offense, and that's what I want to see. For me, the way that I evaluate it, as long as Notre Dame starts playing a little bit above their yards per game average. Right, yeah. Because 230, like they're not far off from 230. Riley Leonard was either close to it or at it in the Stanford game, and about 21 yards away from it in the Georgia.
Yeah, the team was over because Riley came out in the end of the third quarter. Yeah, and he was on pace for I think it was like 305.
Yeah,
I think is what he was on pace for that game. Actually, let me go. I think it was like 220 something is where he was at. He was at 229.
Yeah.
Here's the thing for me, Trevor. It's not so much the yards. The yards are nice. It's the yards per attempt and yards per completion got to get better. I don't care if Notre Dame only throws 13 passes in this game. I really don't. I mean, I'm at the point now where it's like, yeah, it'd be nice if they could come out, but if they can run the football and have some success, running the football, and Riley Leonard goes, let's just say like 10 of 15 for 230 yards. All right. Okay. You know what I mean? Like it's not the yards will take care of itself if the other statistics get better. If the yards per attempt go up, if the yards per completion go up, that is where you start having more success from a yardage standpoint. And so, like, yes, I agree with everything you're saying. Efficiency in the throwing game has got to be better, is got to be better, and they've got to be more explosive. And I understand why they're this way, and I don't know that it's going to change against Navy because of that bottom number, because Navy actually is pretty good. They bring a lot of different pressures, and they can get after the quarterback. And I don't know that there's a lot of faith that this offensive line can protect the quarterback, but it's kind of like you got to give them a shot early to see if they've improved, because you've got to be able to find ways to get the ball down the field. There's a conversation on the message board about this today, Trevor, and I still don't understand why Notre Dame recruited Chris Mitchell. And what I mean by that is not that Chris Mitchell's not a good player. If you're going to use him the way you're using him, I don't understand why you recruited him to do that, is my point. Like, I would love to see them use Chris Mitchell the way that Chris Mitchell was used at Florida International. I mean, he averaged over 17 yards a catch, I think, his last 3 years. Like, that's more of my concern. It's like, why aren't you doing more to take advantage of the skills that you do have? You've got a burner in KK Smith. Use him. When he's been in there, he runs by people. I mean, do things to get Jordan Faison the ball in space. Why aren't you doing that? And so I get that you're leaning into we're a running team. Okay, that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to lack creativity in the pass game. And showing wrinkles each week, which they did last week against Georgia Tech, they showed some wrinkles. We hadn't seen them. I'm happy with that. They had this little go option swing concept to the right with a backside slant. Essentially, you'd kind of get that burst motion, and if they run with it, or if they're cheating to the 3x3, the 3 receiver side or the field side, then you just come back and bang the backside slant. They did that, I think, 5 times in the game. All right, great. Worked great. That's one step of it. There also needs to be an element of, okay, we're going to try to get the ball down the field in different ways, not just on post routes, but also on some things where you're trying to do some clear stuff. It's just, that's the thing, is like that lack of creativity in the pass game has probably been the most disappointing thing for me this season. There's a lot of things on offense that have been a little disappointing this season. That is probably the one that just how they've used this receiving core has just been puzzling, very puzzling for me. And the receiving core hasn't played well either. I mean, let's be honest, they haven't played great either. But you've got to put them in more positions to be effective, in my opinion. And that if they can do that, then I think they should have success. Because, like, Trevor, here's the thing about Navy: the offense is new, basically. I mean, they've been evolving it since last year, but it's really kind of taken off this year. The defense is the same defense. Their head coach was their defensive coordinator in 2022. And PJ Volker's been there, I think, for 5 or 6 years, the defensive coordinator. And last year, Notre Dame went 20 of 25 for 253 yards and 4 touchdowns, 10.1 yards per attempt. And in 2022, Drew Pine went 17 of 21 for 269 yards and 4 touchdowns. I'm sorry. If Drew Pine can throw for 260 yards, and this is not a shot at Drew Pine, but if he can do that with some of the same guys that you have in this game, right? I mean, Jaden Thomas went off against Navy 2 years ago. Do you remember that? Like, Jaden Thomas, I think, almost had 100 yards in the first half by himself. Is he a worse player now than he was then? You had 35 points on this defense at halftime 2 years ago. Braden Lindsey had a 38-yard touchdown pass. Jaden Thomas had a 37-yard touchdown pass. Like, you were ripping him up throwing the football. And Jaden Thomas, 3 catches for 80 yards. Deion Colsey, 2 catches for 50 yards. Well, he can't even get on the field for you now. So, like, you get what I'm saying? So, like, this has to change. If you can't, we've said it before against Stanford, if you can't throw the ball on Stanford, then you're just not a very good throwing team. And they did throw it on Stanford. I need to see him do it again this week and be more balanced, and hopefully finally going into the bye week it can be a thing that allows you to, say, hey, let's build on this. Because again, Trevor, we'll go back to the last thing. If the Notre Dame pass offense just becomes efficient with the potential for some level of explosiveness, they don't have to be an explosive. It's just, they're not going to be an explosive pass game. But hey, if you don't respect it, we can hurt you. Just give me that. This offense is going to be really, really scary. I'm at the point now where I got to see it to believe it, but I can't stop talking about it because it's still needed if this team is going to achieve its full potential on offense.
I think you said something really key as well is use your personnel groupings the way that they were intended to. I don't think that you brought Chris Mitchell to South Bend to have him run hitches. I don't. I don't think that you brought Bo Collins to South Bend to hit him on now screens. I just don't, right? So, for a lot of people, I'm one of those guys. I'm in the audience of people, where's KK Smith? Well, I mean, if they're not going to use Chris Mitchell the way that he was intended, why would they bring in basically a younger version of Chris Mitchell to come in and do the same thing? So I'm sure there's a lot of different reasons for what it is. One reason why I do have a little bit of hope is because last game you started to see Notre Dame with more of an emphasis of getting their playmakers into space. And that's why Riley Leonard had helped him going 12 for 12 for 187 yards. It wasn't 187 yards of like balls in the air, right? They did a really good job of getting their playmakers in space and letting them work after the catch. But the frustrating thing for me is Chris Mitchell had one catch, I believe, on one target and went for 14 yards. And I think it was a hitch or a comeback where he broke free a little bit, picked up a first down, and then he just wasn't targeted again. It's those are now the inconsistencies in the pass game that are interesting.
Although there was a play where Riley was getting ready to look at him and he would have been wide open for a touchdown and the pressure got in his face immediately, right? And that's part of the problem too.
Sure.
Is that right there. And somebody in the chat, facilitated and forum, said every game the passing game is taking more steps though. And I agree with that sentiment.
Yeah.
The pass game's getting better, but the thing is they're getting better at basically doing what they've been doing. Mm-hmm. They're completing at a higher level. They're getting open a little bit more. Riley's making better decisions. It's not so much that they've evolved the pass game per se. There's in-game wrinkles that they're doing, but that's always been true. They're just getting better at what they're doing. They're not actually adapting what they're doing necessarily to the personnel. And that's hopefully the next step. But maybe this is the evolution. Like, look, let's get them good at the basic stuff first. And once we feel like we can protect the quarterback a little bit, once we feel like, looking at it from the coach's standpoint, once we feel like, hey, Riley's reading it well, he's getting it out there well, the receivers are figuring things out, then we can maybe take that next step. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, Trevor, because this is going to be crazy for you. Like, when I say this, you're going to be like, you're going to know that it's true, but it's still going to kind of smack you in the face a little bit. The last two games are the first time all year that Notre Dame has gone over 200 passing yards in the back-to-back games all season.
Yeah.
You want to hear something even crazier?
Yeah.
Navy did it before Notre Dame did.
Fantastic.
Navy went back-to-back against Memphis and UAB.
Ooh.
So, that's going to be an interesting aspect of this matchup. And then just wrapping things up, Trev, when you look at just the overall, Notre Dame has an advantage, but it's not a huge advantage over Navy overall statistically. Notre Dame's at 34.6 points per game, which ranks 26th. Navy's giving up 19.7, which ranks 30th. Notre Dame ranks 63rd in yards per game at 398.6, but they are 43rd in yards per play. Notre Dame has the number 6 red zone offense in the country, touchdown offense in the country. Navy is the 9th red zone defense. Notre Dame is 18 of 22 scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Navy's only allowed 8 touchdowns on 19 red zone opportunities, so that's going to be a really good matchup. Navy's third down defense is kind of average. Notre Dame's third down offense is below average. Notre Dame ranks 61st in 30 yards plays of 30 yards or more. Navy ranks 58th. And then Notre Dame ranks 51st in turnovers lost. Navy ranks 14th in turnovers gained, which could be a big part of this game. That right there, Trevor. So overall, I'd say Notre Dame has a slight advantage here, but it's not much of one. When you're just looking at the numbers. However, when you look at it from a little bit of context, you understand that this is where the Navy schedule really kind of shows itself. We talked about this yesterday. Temple ranks 119th in scoring offense this season. So they're not a very good. They're actually, I mean, that's just being nice. They're really bad on offense. Memphis, UAB this year ranks 113th in scoring offense. Air Force ranks 131st in scoring offense. Charlotte this season ranks 100th in scoring offense. And the only team that they've played that ranks in the top 75 in scoring is Memphis at 29. And Memphis went for 44 points against them and had over 600 yards of offense, or at least over 500 yards of offense. Hold on a second. Let me look at that real quick. They had 659. Yeah, 6.9 yards per play. So they've played one offense that's not a top 100 offense, and they've kind of dominated. I'm actually going to go look up and see what Bucknell is. I actually coached against Bucknell back in the day, by the way. They beat us in the last second. I'm still pissed about that. My receivers went off, but we should have won that game. It was when I was at Duquesne, first game of the year. All right, so let's see where Bucknell ranks in scoring offense in the FCS level. So Bucknell, the first team opponent, they rank 41st in scoring at the FCS level. They're averaging 27 points per game, and they scored 21 against Navy. So that's a big difference when you look at this matchup. Is Notre Dame has certainly played a much tougher brand of football. I mean, Texas A&M ranks 19th in the country in scoring defense. Northern Illinois ranks 13th in the country in scoring defense. So yeah, Notre Dame's played some teams that aren't good. Purdue ranks 130th. Stanford ranks 114th. They scored over 100 points in those two games. You know what I mean? Like, so Georgia Tech ranks 56, partly because Notre Dame just scored 31 on them with the help of the defense. You know what I mean? So when you look at it, it's Louisville ranks 70th. A lot of that has to do with the fact that they just gave up 50 to Miami this weekend. They were much better than that coming into the game. So even Miami of Ohio ranks 47th. That's higher than anyone that offensive ranking is higher than anyone on defense. Or on offense for like that defensive ranking is higher than anything Navy's defense has faced on offense outside of Memphis, who ripped them up. You know what I mean? So you're talking about Notre Dame playing 4 top 50 scoring defenses and Navy playing 1 top 50 scoring offense. So the context, when you put it in there, Notre Dame has been better this season on offense than Navy has been on defense. But will that continue? But here's the thing, that Navy offense is so good that you have to be great on offense to have a shot to beat them. Because Memphis had 659 and 7 yards, basically almost 7 yards of play, and scored 44 points and lost by double digits. So, it's a challenge. It's certainly a challenge. So
I think,
go ahead, Trev.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's interesting about Notre Dame is because obviously there's been a lot of scrutiny from the fan base, from myself, from different media outlets around just like what the team has done this year. But then when you take a step back and when you talk about those stats that you had, that Notre Dame is averaging 34.6 points a game, playing 4 top 40 defenses, and some of them are in there in the top 30 as well. It kind of gets you thinking, like, Notre Dame is kind of done from a wider view, like kind of what's been asked of them. It just hasn't been the way that we perceived it to happen, but I think that's what's so interesting about this football team, and what honestly gives me some headaches about this football team is because they will still go out and do the things that they need to, but not necessarily quite in the way that people had expected it to be. It's weird.
They're playing complementary football.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. That's why they're winning this year. But that's also why they're 6-1 and not 7-0.
Sure.
It's also why they rank 26 in scoring offense, not 15, 10, 6. And that ultimately is going to determine Marcus Freeman's willingness or ability to develop an offense that can somewhat match the defense. Is going to determine whether or not he's a really good coach, which I think we can all agree he's a pretty good coach. Like, some of the people like, oh, he should be fired. I'm like, that's utter nonsense. He's a really good coach from the standpoint of he's going to have you in the top 15 moving forward. I mean, that's pretty good. That's not the standard at Notre Dame, though, right? The standard at Notre Dame is, can you build a championship team? That's still the question about Marcus Freeman, is because, and again, I'm going to give him somewhat, I'm not going to give him a pass. I'm going to say that I have a little bit of grace about this season because of the fact that they have had the devastating O-line injuries, and we don't know what they would have done had Charles Jagasol and Billy Schrouth and those guys. You know what I mean? Because, like, they did score 66 points the last game that they had, 2 of those 3 injured starters in the game. You know what I mean? So who knows what they would have done? I mean, who knows what this offense would look like if Craig was still in the lineup and Schrouth was still in the lineup, and let's say it was just Pendleton was struggling, or it was just Knapp that was struggling, or just one other. Then you can say, okay, now maybe you can move Rocco in at left guard and solidify things, or maybe you can move Knapp inside the guard and put somebody else out at tackle, and it's just that one move. But when you're missing 3 starters,
right?
It's not a pass, because I'm not giving any Notre Dame coach a pass. This is your job, right? But it's an asterisk of you kind of understand it. But at some point in time, he's going to have to say, hey, look, just because we score a bunch on offense doesn't mean we can't have a great defense. It just doesn't. Those things are not exclusive. And until he's, I shouldn't say figures that out, until he's willing to do that or able to do that, whichever one it is, then, and somebody said they had those players, Northern Illinois. You're missing the point. We're talking about the evolution of the offense, right? No one's excusing the performance of their season. The point that I'm making is that they were starting to kind of click in that Purdue game. They looked pretty good. They looked like the team we thought that they should be. And then you had the injuries. We don't know how the offense would have progressed moving forward is the point. That's the point. Mm-hmm. And we don't always have to go back to the Northern Illinois game. That was a terrible game. We all understand that. But it's about what are you going to do coming out of that? And what anyone that's being honest is going to say is we don't know what that Notre Dame team would have looked like today if it wasn't for all the injuries. We don't. We don't know what the offense would look like right now. Ashton Craig and Billy Schrouth are now going into game 8 as starters in this season. We don't. And so I'm willing to at least put an asterisk by it, not give them a pass. But it's about how you finish, Trevor.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the key. And yes, they're starting to show signs of coming on, but eventually it's got to stop being signs and flashes and moments, then it's time to take off. And that's going to be the key. So we'll find out if they can do it or not. So, Trev, that's going to do it for the offensive breakdown. Y'all know what to do before we get to the defense, right? You guys know what to do. Hit that like. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. If you're listening via our podcast platform, if it's Spotify or any of the other podcast platforms, please give us a 5-star review. We would greatly appreciate that. And, of course, go to boards.irishbreakdown.com. Sign up for the message board, and you can continue all these conversations. You can ask even more questions and all that kind of stuff on that message board of me or Trevor, whoever else, and enjoy the intel that we drop when it's there, the breakdowns that we're going to drop when it's there. And there's a new receiver on the board that I'm trying to get a little bit more confirmation from the kid, but we've heard from talked to Ryan last night about it. He heard it from the school the kid's committed to, and then I've heard it from the Notre Dame side of things that they're looking at another receiver. We'll see if it's able to go. I'm in kind of believe it when I'll see it mode at receiver recruiting. So, yeah, we'll kind of see how that goes. But anyway, you can find that at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Trevor, now we get into the really good-on-good matchup. And this is going to be the Notre Dame defense against the Navy offense. And this is actually a even more fascinating matchup than I thought it would be coming into it, because look at Notre Dame creeping up in the run defense. This is when I was putting these numbers together, I was actually really surprised by it. And what Notre Dame has shown this year is that when Al Golden wants to say, we're going to shut your run game down, they will do it so far. The question is I don't know that it's his priority going in every game. But we have seen at times when he's like, okay, we're going to shut your run game down. Purdue, they did that effectively. They did that against Stanford very effectively. They certainly did that against Georgia Tech. They did that against Texas A&M. When he's wanted to say, "Hey, look, we're gonna shut you down," they've been pretty good rushing the football. So, and if you look at Texas A&M, they've only had one game where they've rushed for fewer yards per carry than they did against Notre Dame. Since then, they ran for 146 yards against Notre Dame. Since then, they've gone for 333, 310, 235, 134, 236, and then 136 this past weekend against Mississippi State. But they've scored 8 rushing touchdowns the last 2 games against Missouri and Mississippi State. They had 5 against McNeese. Notre Dame only gave up the 1. And so, obviously did a pretty good job of shutting that run game down in that matchup for Notre Dame. And they did a great job shutting down the Purdue run game. And yes, Purdue's bad. Again, we've talked about this. Purdue is not a very good football team. But if you look at one thing that Purdue has been able to do at times this season, it's run the football. Again, they ran for 248 against Indiana State, 263 against Oregon State, 239 on the road against number 20 Illinois. And then this past weekend against number 1 Oregon, they ran for 208 yards and went for 5.2 yards per carry. Notre Dame's held them to a season low in rushing yards and a season low in yards per carry. Now, so again, when they want to shut you down, they can. And we talked about this, the 64 yards and the 64 yards that they held Georgia Tech to this past weekend, I believe, was the lowest total of the Brent Key era, which is in year 2 of him as the head coach. So I'm actually going to confirm that. I know that Jamal Haynes had a career low in rushing yards and yards per attempt.
Yeah.
By himself, significantly so. But yeah, the lowest before that this year was 98 and 2.7 yards per carry. Notre Dame held them to 64, 2.1. The lowest total last year was 69 and 3.3 yards per carry. So yes, this is their lowest output since they played number 1 Georgia at the end of the 2022 season. So yeah, what I'm trying to remember the playoffs that year. Trevor, who won the championship that year? Georgia. That's right. Yeah. That's what it was. So when they've said, hey, we're going to stop you from running the football, they've been pretty good at stopping you from running football. And Notre Dame ranks 30th in the country in rushing yards allowed per game. Notre Dame ranks 23rd in the country in lowest per average of the season. They've only allowed one opponent to go over 4 yards a carry, and that was Northern Illinois at 4.2 this season. Last year, Notre Dame did not allow a single team to rush for 200 yards in a game, something that Al Golden allowed 3 times in his first year, the last time being against USC at the end of the 2022 season. Since then, no team has rushed for over 200 yards against Notre Dame. Navy is going to put that to the test on Saturday. The most they've allowed in a game was actually the 190 that they gave up to Northern Illinois earlier this season. They gave up 189 against Duke last year, 185 against Louisville last year. They have not given up 200 yards per game, including holding Navy last year to 126 yards. This is a much different Navy team than that Navy team. So they are going to be tested. And, we talk a lot about how frustrated we were at times with the Notre Dame rush offense. But in their last 5 games, Trevor, I'd say that the numbers are pretty good in 4 of their 5 games. They held Purdue to 38. They held Miami to 110. They held Stanford to 113, and they held Georgia Tech to 64. That's less than 100 yards per game. Now they held Louisville to 131, and so over the last 5 games, Notre Dame is only giving up 91.2 rushing yards per game in the last 5 games. However, there's a little bit of a caveat in that Louisville had a minus 42-yard gain on a punt. So Louisville's offense actually had about 170 or so against Notre Dame. And so that, even though the yards per play was down a little bit and outside of the long run early to the quarterback, which resulted in a strip, Louisville was it was like 5, 6, 8. It wasn't they weren't just gashing Notre Dame. And that was something we talked about after the game, Trevor. Notre Dame was kind of daring them to do that. Because if you're handing the ball off to one of your running backs, you're not throwing it to Ja'Cory Brooks or Colin Lacey or Chris Bell, right? You're taking it out of Tyler Shuck's hands. And that ended up working out pretty well for Notre Dame. So this is a rush defense that is much improved, but is facing a test that's vastly different than anything they've faced so far. Not necessarily better, because Georgia Tech had a pretty darn good rush offense coming into the game last week. Just different. And we're going to see if this team can handle it.
I think what you're starting to see with Notre Dame's run defense is the development of the guys that they've needed in key areas, right? Like, it's no secret to me that with every passing week, the run game is seemingly getting better. Who else is getting better in that time frame? The interior of the defensive line is stepping up when they need to and when they've had to, right? The progression of the young linebackers is starting to come to fruition. And we saw Drake Bowen play like a man possessed last Saturday. And I expect more of that to be the same this weekend. But if Notre Dame is going to win in a convincing fashion, like we believe that they could to boost their playoff resume, I think this will be story, 1A of the ball game to see how Notre Dame does against this rushing offense. Because, Bryan, you said it best. Notre Dame hasn't faced a team like this when it comes to running the football. Like Georgia Tech was a good preparation, but especially because you consider what Jamal Haynes did against North Carolina the week previous, and he went for $170 and 2 touchdowns in that game. And then Notre Dame turns right around and holds them to 15 yards, which is fantastic. But it's a little bit different style of offense to where you can't, like we've said before, the transitive property always doesn't work like that in college football. So you can't say, well, Notre Dame's defense held Jamal Haynes to 15. We're going to hold Blake Horvath and Alex Tezca to 30. So.
Right. If they do that, we're going to have a very fun post-game show on Saturday. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. But that will be the storyline of the game, man. If Notre Dame's defense comes to play and just contains Navy's rush defense. Now, if we're having a conversation where Notre Dame holds this Navy rush offense to 100 yards a game, somebody hand the Assistant Coach of the Year award to Al Golden.
Seriously,
right?
Barring a meltdown down the stretch, if Al Golden shuts down if now Golden's defense shuts down Navy, holds them to less than 150, holds them to, what they've been doing lately, which is, around their scoring average of 11, 12 points a game, right? If he does that, then it's seriously like, guys, can we just give the guy the Pearls Award?
Right.
Because this is a dynamic Navy offense. Really is. It really is. So you look at the numbers, Trev. They rank 4th in the nation in yards per game. Now, this is actually a lot lower than what Navy has done in the past. Obviously, Navy, when they were really rolling, was going for 300 plus yards a game, right? And it's kind of been a minute since they've done that, Trev. They last year they rushed for 194.6. The year before that, 241.2, 226 in 2021, 177 in 2020. But 19, they were at 360, 276.5 in 18, 351.4 in 17, 310.1. But where their yards per attempt average is really good this season. It's at 5.97. Compare that to 6.06 in Malcolm Perry's last year. So they're less than less than a tenth of a yard, 0.09 less than what they were when Malcolm Perry was their quarterback, who was dynamic. And the reason why the yards are down are 2 reasons, Trev. So if we're looking at context, number 1, clock rules mean Navy's going to run less plays, right? And so that's just kind of a factor. Navy ran the ball 59.5 times per game in 2019, the last time they went for over 300 yards a game. This year they're at 46. So that's 13 fewer carries per game. That's not entirely because of the clock rules. This is also a Navy team that's more effective and will use their throwing game more. So when you look at the 274.8, you have to look in that in context of that's actually a really good number for how they run their offense. Army's much higher than Navy is because Army doesn't throw it like Navy does. And I think Navy's about 60 yards more per game throwing than they are than Navy is, or than Army is, excuse me. Navy's about 60 yards higher. So they're also 6th in touchdown runs and 2nd in fewest tackles for loss allowed. That has been a big change, Trevor, because they don't do as much of the pure triple, teams aren't getting as many negatives against them. And I think that's a big factor in it as well. So they are going to force Notre Dame to be physical and sound. Now, here's the interesting thing, Trevor. I actually think that schematically you can't just implement what you've done against past teams. Philosophically, however, you can, meaning philosophy not being so much what is your front, what is your call. It's more so you're dominating up the middle, right, with your D tackles and your linebackers. And your linebackers have to be assignment correct, and they have to fly to the side. They have to fly to the football. This has been very much if Notre Dame's stats team counted tackles the way that a lot of other teams do, the tackle numbers for the freshman linebackers will be way more impressive because they are constantly around the football. And so those principles apply. How you get those principles carried out schematically and structurally from a personnel standpoint is going to go a whole lot different than what it has in past games. But that be great up the middle. This is going to be another game where we'll talk about it. Actually, let's just mention it now real quick so we don't have to then talk about it in the game records. Is you're going to need Riley Mills and Howard Cross and the interior guys to dominate again. I mean, you just will. You just the more they can shut down the quarterback runs, the quick quarterback duck plays and the quick dives and things like that. The more they shut that stuff down, the more your linebackers can run to the pitch and run to the jets and do all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And where you get in trouble is when your D tackles are basically just kind of taken out of the game and your inside linebackers have to crash the die ball game. That's how you then struggle to get outside. And then you got to send your safeties downhill. Your nickels got to do that. Your outside linebackers. And next thing you know, they're flying downhill off that action and boom, they're throwing the ball over your head off of a play action look. So you're right up the middle. Your D tackles, your inside linebackers have got to dominate in this game if you're going to continue this improvement in the run defense.
Yeah, Riley Mills, Howard Cross, Gabriel Rubio, Donnie Heinisch, they all have a fantastic opportunity to come into this game on Saturday and kind of put together a really good three-piece series of games going into their next bye week to help them refine, get healthy, rest up too, right? But to really help refine what they've done and what has helped them win these one-on-one matchups in the interior of the defensive line for the tail end of the season. So, yeah, I agree with you. Riley Mills is going to have to continue to play what he's been, the level that he's been at. I mean, against Georgia Tech, like I said, I think that was one of his best games in a Notre Dame uniform. He was everywhere. He was disruptive. And those are some of the things that you're going to need. I mean, it says it right there. Navy ranks second in the country at tackles for loss allowed, and Notre Dame is not a team that is known for generating tackles for a loss. So, interior, the defensive line kind of holds the key to let the linebackers play a little bit more free, because I think one of the storylines is going to be, if they're not able to, linebackers being able to play free. A lot of the question is going to be around, well, I thought our linebackers were fast. Well, they are, but assignment-wise, they had to start filling and doing different things because of what the interior of the defensive line did or did not do. So, they hold a really big key to success on Saturday. So I agree.
Let's get to this next part of the matchup, Trevor. Normally, we waste zero time on talking about the pass game outside of it. You just got to limit some big plays, and that is still very true in this game. But this is a defense, Trevor, or an offense, Trevor, that puts you in a lot different bind than past Navy defense offenses have, where they're not going to throw it a ton. They're dang it, see, 161.0 is what that's supposed to say. 125th in the country in yards per game. I get all that. Second in yards per attempt, second in yards per completion. They're not a team that does it volume-wise. I'm just going to ignore the fact that they have more passing touchdowns this year than Notre Dame does, because I just don't want to be sad today. But they're very good at creating big plays in the pass game, and it's a lot different than they've done in the past, where it's not all off of just a play action and some wheel routes and some things like that. They have a legitimate drop-back throwing game this year. From a volume standpoint, it's not enormous. They've thrown 12, 9, 12, 11, 15, and 13 passes the starting quarterback has this season. As an offense, Navy has thrown 19, 9, 14, 11, 15, and 13 passes, because obviously the backups have come in and thrown the ball a little bit in some of these games as well. So, again, not high volume, Trevor, but it's very effective, very effective. And they will throw on first down with a lot more confidence than they have in the past. That's a big thing. You can't just okay, they're going to try to catch you every once in a while on first down. They'll do it multiple times in a row if you don't respect it. And they'll do drop backs. They'll line up in different formations. But they'll still do the stuff that gashes you with the running backs out of the backfield, the wheel routes, the post snap switch stuff, the follow. Those are killers, those follow routes, because what a lot of teams have done is they see the follow route essentially, what I don't know what you call it, Trevor, but when a guy's running like a deeper route and then a guy comes right behind him, some people call it trail. I use trail in different ways. So I call it follow, kind of follow right behind. And then that corner would come up and see, oh, I see that back. I got to go get the back. And the next thing you know, he's turning that guy loose behind him for a big play. You think, well, you can't turn that guy loose. But that's the bind they put you in because you're like, nobody else is coming. And so who am I going to go get? And so Notre Dame's going to have a plan for that. And their pass defense this season has been phenomenal. But look at that one number that's off. It's yards per completion. Why? Because teams don't complete a lot of balls on Notre Dame. But when they do, they're usually bigger plays down the field, 20-plus, 30-plus yard gains. Now, especially the 20-plus yard gains. Now, so that's a concern when you look at that against Navy. That's been your one bit of kryptonite, and now you don't have Benjamin Morrison, who's your, still your best cornerback. Against the run, I think Leonard Moore's an upgrade.
Yes.
But against defending the pass and limiting the big plays, that's the concern that I have. And so that's where you kind of – because remember when they decided not to play Benjamin a lot early in 2022 and Navy came out kind of having some success and they put Benjamin in and that kind of for a little bit stopped that success. Like, you know what I mean? They actually got a couple stops when Benjamin came in. So, coverage-wise, you'd love to have him out there. It's just, because they put a major stress on your secondary. I've never seen a Navy offense that stresses a secondary as much as this one. Between all the run game responsibilities you have, the perimeter blocks, they love to get the ball outside in a lot of different ways. You've got to be a good run support player. And, oh, by the way, we're going to send 2-3 guys at you in the pass game on particular plays. They put a lot on the secondary, especially the corners. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Notre Dame corners hold up because this is actually a very intriguing matchup in this game. But honestly, it still comes down to shutting down the run. Because if Navy can't run the ball, they're going to hit a couple pass plays fine. The only way that matters is if your offense stinks. Because if they can't run the ball, they're not going to score a lot on you. It's, you give up 2-3 big plays. If you just hold it to that and shut down their run game, you're going to beat Navy. What the concern is, they're gashing you with the run 4, 5, 6, 11, 5, 4, 7, 8, and then boom, 50 over the top. That's the concern that you have in this matchup, Trev.
Yeah, Navy's offensive coordinator does a really good job in the passing game of getting their guys into favorable matchups, right? Blake Horvath has 10 passing touchdowns on the season, only 1 interception. The other interception came by way of the backup quarterback, like we talked about yesterday. It's a very efficient offense, right? They don't turn the ball over much through the air or at all, really. And one thing that Notre Dame has kind of lived off of is they've forced at least 1 turnover in every single game since Northern Illinois, right? And I think Northern Illinois is the only game in the entire season where they haven't forced a turnover because they had an interception against Texas A&M as well. So this isn't a traditional offense where you're just going to be able to drop your corners back into coverage and let them go up and make a play, or same thing with the safety. So again, talking about the defensive line, Blake Horvath will make some errant throws when there's pressure in his face. When he's forced to throw under pressure, that is the opportunity where you can. But for the most part, this is the offense from a passing game perspective almost dissects you in a way.
Yeah.
And they're just hitting guys and putting them in favorable matchups and giving Blake Horvath the opportunity to make the most accurate pass possible. Because he's not a quarterback that's going to go out and dice you up by any means, but they will throw on first down. They will line them up in the shotgun on first down and run a 4-verts concept or something. So it's going to be interesting to see how much stress is going to be put on the secondary. And to build off that, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it, especially with your point, not having Benjamin Morrison. Leonard Moore's going into his 3rd start, but really, he hasn't really seen an offense like this. So there's a lot of different factors that's going to make this a really interesting, really fun matchup to watch on Saturday.
Trevor, if you go back and watch the Memphis, you have. But if you all go watch the Memphis game, I'm sitting there watching like the first series and a half thing. Like Memphis is kind of doing a good job of shutting this run game down. What sparked Navy in that game that just made it that once they did this, it was over? They hit a couple big passing plays. They were actually kind of slowing the run game down early. And then they hit, I think it was a seam route. I think it was the first big. I think it might have been that backside seam, might have been their first big pass play of the game, or it was maybe one of the running back wheels. But man, like once they hit a couple of those big throws, then Memphis was like, we don't know what to do now. It reminded, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me so much of the Notre Dame USC game in 2017, when USC's entire game plan was like, we're going to stop the run game and make Brandon Wimbush beat us. And Brandon Wimbush was like, bet. And he throws a post route touchdown to Equanimous and then throws a back shoulder go ball to Kevin Stepherson. Next thing you know, it's like 14-0. And our USC's like, what do we do? We didn't think they can beat us throwing the ball. And he's throwing the ball over our head. And then they had to adjust. And then that's when the run game kind of took over. Because they hit those 2 go balls. And then they also hit that big reverse to Kevin Stepherson for like a 15, 20-yard gain. And USC was shook. They're like, we don't know what to do now, because we thought we could just focus on stopping the inside run, and now we don't know what to do. And so you look at it, and it's just like, that's kind of what happened to Memphis. When Navy hit a couple big plays, they were like, we don't know what to do now. Like we went for 100 yards on 2 completions. We don't know what to do now. And then that's when the run game just started crushing them, and Memphis had no answers. So to your point, this is the secret sauce to what makes this offense so dangerous, in my opinion, is actually the passing game and the ability to be efficient and explosive throwing the football is a big part of the concern in this one. So I'm curious to see how it's going to play out, Trev. Yeah. I don't know. Let's look at the overall numbers. And we talked about earlier, good on good. Mm-hmm. Notre Dame, number 5 scoring defense in the country. Navy, number 4 scoring offense in the country. Notre Dame is number 10 in the nation in yards allowed per game. Navy ranks 34th. Notre Dame ranks 6th in fewest yards allowed per play. Navy ranks 7th in yards per play. Notre Dame has one of the best red zone defenses in college football. They rank 17th in red zone offense. They rank 13th in red zone defense. Navy ranks number 1 in both on offense. Navy has not been a good third down offense this year, somewhat surprisingly. They rank 54th. Haven't needed it as much, Trevor, honestly, because of how many big plays they create. Notre Dame has got the 11th best third down defense in the country. Notre Dame ranks 6th in the fewest number of plays of 30 yards allowed or more. And Navy ranks 31st in most plays of 30 yards or more. If you were to go off of a kind of like, they have like that per capita type of things. If you look on it, the number of 30-plus yards plays per play, I'd be willing to bet you $20 they're in the top 15 in big plays, because they rank 31st in most plays of 30 yards or more. But as we pointed out the other day, Trev, like in offense, they rank, I think, dead last, 132nd in total plays. So, for example, because Navy's also played one less game than Notre Dame and a lot of other teams. And if you simply took – actually, let's just do this. Even if you just took on a per-game basis, so they've got 31 divided by 6 equals times 7. If you just said, okay, that's 36 – that alone jumps them up to, let me get up to this number, long scrimmage plays, 30 yards. That 36 would, hold on a second, or excuse me, that would be, no, I was wrong. So they have 17 in 6 games. I went 31 for some reason. I went their ranking instead of the number. That was a little different number. Times 7, they would have 20, and that would rank them 14th, just on a per game basis. So just adds a little context to that ranking, because they have played fewer games than most. Because everybody else in the top 15 outside of Boise State and Pitt has played 7 or 8 games. So, and y'all know how good that Boise State offense is with that running back. So anyway, Trev, it's going to be a great matchup. You could argue that this is going to be the toughest test Notre Dame's defense has had all year. It's not the most talented offense. That's Louisville. That's other teams. But as far as being good at what they do and presenting challenges to you that nobody else does, to me, that's why I think you could argue. And even more, with all due respect to Army, who's outstanding offensively, Army is a traditional triple. They'll hit a couple plays down the field, but they're averaging like around 100 passing yards a game. They're a completely different animal than what Navy has thrown the football. They've thrown 56 passes this year. Navy has, or Army has. They're averaging 100 yards a game, which is, they're throwing on an average of 8 passes a game. And when you look at Navy, they're averaging, like as we talked about already, they're averaging 13 and a half passing attempts per game, and they just do things a little bit differently. So it's going to be a challenge, man. It's going to be a challenge, and hopefully the Notre Dame defense is up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one that jumps off the page at me is Navy in the red zone is insane. I mean, I don't care who you play. Having 22 offensive touchdowns on 23 red zone trips is just, I mean, I don't care if every single opponent you play is the Indianapolis School for the Blind. Like, I mean,
Wow.
that is
wow.
That is a crazy statistic.
That is really good.
That is nuts. So
that's really good.
I mean, it's going to be one of those games where, again, we've talked about best on best, and this feels like the third game in a row, second game in a row, third out of fourth game that we're talking about Notre Dame's defense is going up against the best component of an opposing football team. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this fares up. I'm really interested to see what Al Golden does from a schematic standpoint, because I really don't believe you brought this up yesterday. I don't think they're just going to go back and line up in a 4-2-5 and just say, all right, time to stop Navy. So going to be interested to see what he does from a personnel standpoint, from a schematic standpoint. So it's going to be fun to watch, man. It's going to be fun to watch.
So Trev, that's going to do it for the breakdown of the matchup between Navy and Notre Dame. And we were like before the show, like, we won't spend a whole lot of time on it. We'll just kind of go through it. But then you get into the numbers and you're just like, oh my gosh, like this is going to be a fun matchup, man. A very intriguing matchup. We're going to learn a lot about Notre Dame on both sides of the ball. There's no doubt, especially on defense. And this is the game. This is the game I'm probably most worried about, the lack of certain players because of injuries. I'll be honest with you. But this is also a game where you're just like, in most games, if you'd say, okay, would you trade Burnham and Rubio for Boubacar, Patelho, and Onya? You got to have a conversation about that. This is one of those games where it's not a conversation. Give me Burnham and Rubio. This is the perfect game for those two guys to be in your lineup. No question about it. Against a team that wants to throw up 40 times, we may have a different conversation on which of those, you know what I mean? Because those are the guys that were out, and then those other guys got hurt, and then these guys kind of come back. That's what I mean by that. It'd be better to have all of them.
Yeah.
But if you could only have one of the others, this is the perfect game for Rubio and for Josh Burnham to be playing, because their skill set is built perfectly for this. And we saw that a little bit with Josh last year against Navy. He played really well in limited snaps against Navy. So anyway, that's going to do it, Trev. Hit that like, folks. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. Give us a 5-star review. And you guys know the drill, right? 5-star review, like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Sign up for the message boards. It's a great way for you to show your support of Irish Breakdown and to help us continue to build this thing and keep this thing rolling. So Trevor, my man, let's spend a little bit of time on game wreckers. We're not going to spend like 2 whole segments, one on offense, one on defense. We're going to kind of shorten it a little bit and go to one, because we have so many great buy-sell holds that we want to get to, and we don't want this to be a 5-hour show. I definitely don't want it to be a 5-hour show. Trev might actually kind of still be into the 5-hour show thing. He's young, he's newly married, wife's at work, you know what I mean? Like he's still getting used to this. He may be okay with that. I'm old. I'm cranky. I don't want a 5-hour show today. But I want to get to all those questions, and there's a ton of great ones. So let's get into this game wreckers, Trev, because against Navy, we've seen in the past, when you really play well and dominate them, it's because guys step up and take over a game. We've seen it offensively. Michael Floyd, Golden Tate, a running back goes off. I mean, I thought last year, Jaden Thomas in the first half of that game was just a beast in that matchup. We've seen over the years different players step up and really take over that game. Defensively also, you see a bunch. I mean, I still remember, I'm trying to remember what year it was. I think it was 2006. Where Notre, I think it was 06. I'm going to see if I can find that box score. I don't know if they'll have stats for that game. Yes, they do have stats for that game. Oh, they don't have defensive stats. Remember, I think it was like 05, 06 when Chinedum and Dukwe had like 20-something tackles against Navy. There was a year in like 2010 or 2011 where Harrison Smith just went off and had a ton of tackles against Navy. So, I mean, you see those things, Trev, where you're like, somebody takes that game over and really does some impressive things. I'm actually going to try and find that game that that Harrison Smith had. I'm pretty sure it was against Navy. Let's see tackle totals. He had, 2010. Can I get they're only going to give me 2010, huh? That's disappointing. I wanted to see different stats, but I remember one of the years where Harrison Smith went off, and I don't know if it was 11 or 10 or 9, but where he had a bunch of tackles. I think Kyle McCarthy had a bunch of tackles against them one year. And so okay, who's going to be that guy this year? Who's going to step up and be that kind of game wrecker for Notre Dame on both sides of the ball? We have some ideas on who we want to be or who we think it could be or should be. And we'll discuss that now, Trevor. We'll begin the offense. And really this one is not complicated. The first one it's Riley Leonard. I mean, if your offense is going to move the ball consistently, put points on the board, make the big plays, and just not only ideally jump all over Navy while your defense makes a couple stops, or keep up early in a shootout while your defense is getting caught up, because this is the kind of game, if they jump out to a 14-0 lead, you're not going to have a whole lot of possessions left to kind of get that thing back. The margin for error is thin. Your defense is going to have to basically be perfect the rest of the way. You've got to either match their scoring early, or if your defense is actually playing well early, before Navy adjusts and finds answers, and they will, you've got to jump ahead of them. And now you're the one making them play behind the 8 ball. They can't go as slow because now they have to be perfect on both sides of the ball to catch up. This is not a game where anybody wants to fall behind 2 scores. And the best way for Notre Dame to have that happen is Riley Leonard comes out and just has this is okay, this is the Riley Leonard we've been waiting to see all year, making smart decisions throwing the ball, getting the ball down the field, and just making tons of plays as a scrambler and as a runner. And it just makes it impossible to stop Notre Dame from scoring, because you think you have him figured out, and then Riley does something crazy, runs for 15 yards in a play where he should have been sacked and goes off. To me, Riley Leonard's got to be the number 1 game record in this game.
Offensive efficiency is always key when you play Navy, right? And who are you going to look to kind of lead that charge? It's a guy under center, right? Now, with us saying Riley Leonard, it's a given that, yes, the offensive line also has to block well, and run blocking and pass blocking. The receivers have to do their job.
There's certain things that are kind of assumed.
Right.
You're not going to win games if your offensive line's trash, if your receivers
100%.
drop 8 balls. Right. But they just kind of, the thing about this team, Trevor, to your point, is the O-line just has to kind of just do your job. They don't need the offensive line to, oh my gosh, did you see them blowing them off the ball? I thought Sam Pendleton looked like Quentin Nelson reincarnated. You know what I mean? It's okay, it'd be great, but they don't need it. Just do your job. Riley, however, needs to be great in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Riley Leonard needs to go be the guy that everybody thought that he was going to be on August 31st when he came and started playing at Texas A&M, right? So gonna be interested to see how he plays, and because I'm not saying he has to go and put on the Superman cape for Notre Dame to have a chance to win this game, but he needs to go and do the things that he needs to. I will not be upset. I would not be upset if that happens, if he has a 2019 Ian Book type of performance against Navy. But he just needs to go out and be the clear-cut leader of the offense for 4 quarters, right? We have seen Riley Leonard do things in spurts. I've seen Riley Leonard have a really good quarter passing, and I've seen Riley Leonard have a really good half passing. But there's just some things that I just, you need to see him be more of a consistent factor in the offense. It's not he came alive for the second quarter and then kind of tailed off for a little bit. It's got to be something that's consistent for 4 quarters, and that's why I think that he's got to be the top game wrecker. I agree with you, Bryan.
Now, along with that, you've got the 2 running backs. Mm-hmm. These are your best players. In big games, your best players have got to be your guys. And that's why you start with Riley, because he's the quarterback. He's one of your best players. Riley's your most valuable player. We've talked about this. Jeremiah Love's your most outstanding player. But there have been other times this year when your most outstanding player has been number 24. Yeah. And you're going to need all 3 of them to be at their best. And this is a game we talked about the rushing numbers. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price. When you get holes, do something with it. Protect the football. Make those plays. They're going to be focal points of the game plan. They've got to be more efficient, Trevor, because you pointed something out. I think it was yesterday's show, or maybe it's just you and I talking. Mm-hmm. They kind of bleed together sometimes. But Jeremiah Love has not really gone off running the football in recent weeks. A lot of it, he had the one big run against Stanford, but a lot of his big plays the last few games have been, he's had a couple big touchdown runs. A lot of his stuff has come in the pass game, but Jadarian Price has been sort of the big play guy, or the focal point guy in the last couple games. He was certainly the big play weapon in the run game on Saturday against Purdue, against Georgia Tech. But that's what makes this team so dangerous, Trevor, is okay, you bottle up Jeremiah Love. Your whole game plan built around stopping Jeremiah Love. So what does that do? That opens up RPOs against you, and it opens up slant routes. And now all of a sudden Jadarian Price goes off and Riley Leonard goes off, and you want to stop Jadarian. Okay, fine. Jeremiah Love's going to go off. You stop the two. You're so focused on stopping those two running backs like Miami of Ohio was. So you leave Riley Leonard open for 143 rushing yards.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, that's the thing where you look at it and it's like, dude, this is the thing. It's like, you kind of got to pick your poison a little bit. And in this kind of game, 2 top 25 teams, all 3 of them, they got to be at their best. They got to take this game away. This would be a great game for both of them to finally get back on track together. And we haven't seen that in a few weeks.
I was just about to say, I mean, one of the most glaring games that they did it together was the Purdue game, and they had over 360 rushing yards of offense, right, as a team. So to provide a little bit of context, against Georgia Tech, Jeremiah Love had 2.6 yards per carry, and against Louisville, he had 3.1 yards per carry. So now Jeremiah Love is also a guy where you look at total output on offense, right? But from strictly running the football standpoint, we took a look a little bit ago about what Navy's defensive numbers are when it comes to defending the run game. There's got to be a game where that 3-headed monster kind of comes back alive. Now, I'm not saying run Riley Leonard 15 times, but I'm saying, how about we get Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price kind of into that rhythm that they haven't had in a while, taking care of the football, hitting holes, being explosive, running the ball efficiently, not so much 1 gain, 2-yard gain, 37-yard gain, 1-yard loss. A very efficient style of offense is going to bode well for him.
That's the offensive game records. And obviously, I mean, Trevor, we'll just say it again. Somebody in the pass game. I'm so sick of talking about this. It's like the same thing, but just somebody in the pass game's got to step up. And I don't mean for like a couple slant. I mean, somebody's got to step up and have a day. Not just kind of, because like the receivers been just doing their job, doing what's asked of them for the most part. Somebody's got to step up and have a day. Somebody's got to be given an opportunity to step in and have a day with the game plan. And that comes down to like Riley's got to get the ball out and do all that. But like Bo Collins did a nice job against Georgia Tech. I need him to catch that deep, that go ball. I mean, that's a break their back type of big play. Jaden Greathouse had the slot fade to start the second half would set up your first touchdown to kind of put that game away. And then we don't see him used a whole lot more like it. So it's partly players got to step up and make plays. And then also you got to give guys more opportunities, but somebody in the pass game's got to step up and have a big day. Like, you talk about taking games over like Jaden Thomas did 2 years ago. Jaden Greathouse had 2 touchdowns in the game against them last year. I mean, and it was a bunch of, Deion Colsey had a great catch against them last year, if you remember correctly. Jaden Greathouse went off on him a little bit. Jaden Thomas had had a really good game against him. I mean, so these are all guys that you had on your team last year. These aren't a bunch of like, those guys are all gone. You think about Chase Claypool in 2019 going off. I mean, somebody's got to step up and say, hey man, I'm taking this ball game over. And that's the final game record. Let's move over to the defense. And we already talked about one. It's a given. We don't need to spend a lot of time on it. The interior defensive line has to be great. And it's not just Mills and Cross because they can't play every snap. It's got to also be Rubio, and it's got to be Donovan Heinisch. I could see a scenario where Notre Dame has 3 of those guys on the field at the same time, at times on first or second down, if they wanted to go to kind of like an odd look, maybe. And I could honestly see something where like you put Howard Cross or Riley Mills in there instead of RJ Oben, and then you'd have Josh Burnham as sort of like that 4th edge guy, and then maybe a linebacker at times. I mean, I could see them doing some things like that. I don't know if they will or won't. I'm just saying I could see it. But the reality is those inside guys have to dominate. We've talked about that. We don't need to dive into that again. Let's talk some other game records. And this is one that could be either a really good game record for Notre Dame or a major concern for Notre Dame. This is the game where your youth at linebacker is your biggest concern going into the game, because so few of these guys have actually seen this in real. Like you had mentioned it before, Trev, when we were talking before the show. Like, yeah, I know Drake Bowen played a couple snaps against them last year, and I know that Jaden Osbury got in, I think, late in the game for a couple snaps, but that's not meaningful snaps, right? Where this is their first game. Kingston hasn't faced this offense before. Jalen Steed has, but in different roles, potentially. This is that game where they could be your greatest asset because of their just physicality, their speed, their instincts are built to fly. You think you got the edge on a pitch. Next thing you know, Drake or Jaden or Kingston's just Jalen Sneed is just flying to the ball, and that potential 20-yard gain turns into a 3-yard gain, crashing the fullback. But it's also the game where I'm worried about them hitting the wrong gap on a trap, and it goes for 50, like we saw a couple years ago in 2022. Where they over pursue in the fullback. They think it's triple. They're getting outside, but it's really the quarterback duck, and so the linebacker just vacates that zone and he cuts it right up inside for a big gain. It's that back and forth. If they could, I think they're going to be game wreckers in this game. The question is, are they going to be game wreckers for Notre Dame, or are they going to be game wreckers for Navy? That's the question. And they have the talent to be game wreckers for Notre Dame. It's just the inexperience is the only thing that I'm concerned about. And being assignment incorrect in this game can be more damaging than any other team you play as a linebacker.
That's why Navy just poses such a threat, because Drake Bowen, even earlier this week in practice, he was asked a question about coming into his own, and he was talking about what he does in his process for preparation. You prep differently for Navy, man. You just do. That's a different type of football team. They do different things. You have to, in regards to trusting your eyes and how much they do in the backfield and how much they try to attack the seams. We spent the whole first part of the show talking about how Navy's offensive coordinator puts opposing defenders in a lot of one-on-one binds, especially in the seam and up the sideline. And if you remember last week, Notre Dame early in the game had some issues with Georgia Tech attacking the seam. So there's going to be some interesting things that are going to be on the linebacker's shoulders. Now, from a skill set perspective, I wholeheartedly believe that Drake and Jaden and Kaiser and Kingston and all those guys can run with Navy.
I left Kaiser out for a reason, because he's not the linebackers that I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Because he has faced this so much, just so
absolutely.
We're clear.
Yep, absolutely. And there's no question to me from a skill set standpoint that they have absolutely every physical capability and every physical tool in the world to hang with this team. But that's what makes Navy so dangerous, is because they have the identity of, most of the time we take the field, we're not the most athletic football team. We just do so much that we can take away that aspect of your team and we can still be successful. So I'm going to be really interested to see what the linebackers do, because Notre Dame's success on defense is going to come down to that, man. Yeah. It's going to come down to how well they play.
The cornerbacks are another one for me, Trevor, for the same exact reason. They could either be game wreckers for you or game wreckers for Navy, because I've never seen a triple option team stress corners more than what Navy's current offense does, because of their enhanced pass game. Because, like we talked about, they'll do these things with them where they'll kind of run a wheel and then somebody else comes right behind, like the wheel takes the corner, and then that somebody else just follows right behind it, and they'll just do all these different things with it. And they do so much more to the perimeter now, quick to the perimeter with the jet sweeps, the power read, which includes a sweep off of that. They'll just pitch the ball out, which they've always done that. Now they're running tunnels, they're running now screen. They're trying to get the ball outside much quicker than they have in the past at times. That means your cornerbacks have got to be really good in that scenario. So Christian Gray and Leonard Moore, and I'm curious, is it just those two? Do they keep Jordan Clark inside? Do they maybe have Jordan Clark at times playing corner? Depending on how they, is this a game where, like, this might be the first time in forever I'm like, you might actually need your nickel against Navy and more of a, you know what I mean? Like, because they do so much with their slot and just lining them up in the slots and things like that. Your corners are going to get stressed in a big, big way. If they play well, they shut down the pass game to a degree. If they don't, then Navy's going to get some big plays, run game and pass game. Corners are going to be stressed in a big, big, big way in this game, and they've got to step up and be game wreckers, in my opinion. And then I think they could also get some balls. Like if the front is able to put some pressure on the quarterback, I could see some of those off-man cover throws that are going to a slot or underthrown a wheel route that your corners are in position to go make plays. And it's going to be very interesting to see. And we get a lot of questions. They're going to play more man or zone this week. And honestly, I'm always torn on that. But I kind of like the idea against this Navy team of playing more man against them and let your safeties kind of be the cleanup guys, because you start putting these guys in zone, that's how they get beat big, because they do so much to flood one part of the zone that it's either A, you don't have enough guys in a zone, or B, that creates miscommunication where the corner thinks the safety's doing this, the safety thinks he's got to do that. Next thing you know, they're running by him. I'm normally not a huge man guy against the option, but this is one of those weeks where I think outside you may need to do that. Just stick on that outside receiver. We'll have the safeties and linebackers handle the running backs. You know what I mean? We'll have Jordan Clark handle the slot guy. You guys just, if they're blocking, you're on them. If they turn and run, you turn and run with them. You know what I mean? And we'll let those other guys clean that stuff up. Because you just need to limit and we'll talk about this tomorrow. You need to limit those 50-plus yard gains in the throwing game. And I think this would be one of the few times I've ever said, this might be a game you want to go man against an option. Normally you run man against an option. You're just asking to be, crushed on the outside. This is a little bit of a different animal.
I'm going to be interested to see what they do from a personnel standpoint as well in the secondary. And I'm kind of lumping corners and safeties in there together.
Yeah, because when you and I talked for the game, Trevor, I mentioned corners and you were like, I think this is going to be really big for the safety. So talk about, and you're correct. So talk about why they are also going to be in great position to be game wreckers in this game.
Yeah, I mean, some of it you had already touched on with Notre Dame playing so much man and that being an identity of their defense. Safeties are going to play a role in kind of cleanup. I think you can kind of lump Jordan Clark more in with the safeties in a game like Navy and against that opponent. But Georgia Tech for the first quarter was doing some damage against Notre Dame in the seam, which Navy also likes to do. Sometimes they will even run their halfback on a wheel up the seam. So really it's not even up to the sideline. So eye discipline for safeties is going to be huge, right? And then you also have guys like Adon Schuler who flies downhill at the football, which typically you would think against an option team you would really like. But now that Navy kind of has this additional wrinkle to their offense and they're able to beat you over the top, it's one of those things where you don't want to play stagnant. You don't want to be scared that you'll get beat over the top. But Adon Schuler is going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders to not come flying downhill and see their H-back just kind of sneaking out past them behind the line of scrimmage. And then there he is wide open for 25-yard gain down the field. So the secondary as a whole is a really interesting thing for me to watch every single time that we play Navy. And I think safeties are going to play another role in that as well.
This could be a game where you see like Adon, for example, have like 3 or 4 just like highlight reel type hits, just blowing somebody up. And then if he's not disciplined, to your point, he also gives up a 60-yard touchdown, right? That's the worst place to be in as a safety, right? And that's the unique aspect of what they do. Because as I explained earlier, this is a game, and I've played and coached in triple option offenses. And as I said earlier, normally when you're playing a triple option offense and you play man, you're just asking to get ripped apart. You can play, I think you can do some man stuff outside. Absolutely. You can't at safety, right? Because otherwise it's so easy to take them out of the game. And then you get caught biting down. So either A, you don't fly downhill at all, and they're just gashing you with the run, or you fly downhill too quickly, but because you're in man, you have to flip your hips and run with a seam route or a wheel route. Not happening. So that's the bind they put you in. So how do you design your coverages to that? And you can't run the same coverage every time because, Trevor, you made a point yesterday. They do a great job of seeing what you're doing and finding answers for it. Like they do a great job of that. And so they'll say, okay, you're going to motion your safeties across when we go, or cool, we got some things for you. Their ability to adjust in game is outstanding. Outstanding. And so like I said, I enjoyed watching this team on film. I did, because I can appreciate good coaching, even if it's in an offense that I don't like. And like I said yesterday, they run very little of the triple anymore, like very little. And most of the stuff that looks like triple isn't. It's the fullback dive is either it's just a dive or he's just for show to get somebody to bite, and they're pulling in as a 2-man option. I've broken down 4 games, and I've seen the number of plays where they just ran pure triple. I could count on maybe 2 hands, if not 1, of pure triple. Yeah. Not triple action where they're running it, where it looks like it's just pure that is a pure triple option read that the quarterback. They just don't do as much of that anymore. And most option offenses don't do as much of that as people think. Like, again, coached in it, played in it, broken down Navy a million times. There's half the time they're not, in the past, they weren't running a pure triple. It would look like it, but the call was, it was really just a 2-man game or a 1-man game as well. So it's very interesting what they do, Trevor. And then of course they've incorporated a lot of the other stuff we talked about yesterday. So it's really fascinating to watch them play. It really is. And Notre Dame's going to have to be on top of their game. And they put so much stress in the secondary.
Yeah.
Way more than they have in the past. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this defense responds. No question. Anything else about the game records, Trev, before we get into the buy sell hold?
Nah, I think we crushed it. I think game records are out there. We know what it is, baby. It's time for buy sell hold. I'm pumped.
All right, let's do it. So we'll get into buy sell hold next, folks. But before we do, y'all know the drill. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review, and of course, make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Trevor, it is buy, sell, hold time, man, and we are going to dive right into it. We first have a super chat that asks a question, Trev. This question will be brought up later. When you see it later, just go past it because I want to just give the Patrick James here with the super chat. And Patrick says, buy, sell, hold. Thank you for the super chat, Patrick. If Texas A&M beats LSU this weekend, they will jump Notre Dame in the AP poll. It is amazing to me just how Notre Dame fans will just jump onto these narratives and just obsess over it. It just depends on how the games are played. If Notre Dame barely beats Navy this weekend, 17-14, and Texas A&M looks great against LSU, yeah, they could do that. I think it'd probably be unlikely if Notre Dame looks good and A&M looks good. I doubt that they'll leap them ahead of them. I think what they'd probably do is just have them right behind in Notre Dame and then just wait on Notre Dame to lose or look bad before they jump them. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the AP does. It doesn't matter what the coaches' polls do. What matters is what they do at the end of the year when the playoff committee comes out. That's what really matters, you know? So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see. I just don't think that they're going to jump them like that. Because again, it would say, okay, well, your best win, they would have their best win would then be over a team ranked lower than A&M. They would have done it at home, and Notre Dame's best win would still be better than their best win.
Right.
Because you know what I'm saying? But I don't think the AP voters put that much thought into it. They're very reactionary. It's what have you done in the last week or two? Yep. And now if they just destroy LSU, beat them by 30 or 40, then maybe, but I still don't think so. Unless Notre Dame just looks bad even if they beat Navy, but look bad, then I could see them dropping. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because they have no say on who does what when it comes to the postseason.
Nope. It is the time of the year for me that I'm just waiting for the playoff poll to come out. That's where I'm at.
There it is. We're 2 weeks from tomorrow or from yesterday.
Yep. Because it's the Tuesday after November 2nd. Yep.
All right, let's get back to it. Here we go, Trev. Let's jump into the submitted questions. Again, if you are a premium board member, you always get a chance to submit these. If you're not a premium board member and you want to get a buy sell hold in today, you're not out of luck. You can just give a super chat, but this is going to be otherwise for board members only. So let's get in it with my guy JP Buhlsfeld has a buy sell hold here to start off with.
All righty. This is the good one to start off with. Buy, sell, hold. If Notre Dame defeats Navy, the possibility of making the college football playoff national championship playoffs will be 69.325%. If Notre Dame loses to Navy, only a 5.953 possibility of making the playoffs.
I mean, I think if Notre Dame wins this game, their odds are higher than 69%. I know that's like what people keep saying. I don't buy into all that stuff. Now, if they lose, I think it's very slim. I don't see how. I mean, there'd have to be so much chaos at the end, but for now to the end of the year for Notre Dame to make the playoff with 2 losses. And I don't know if they would be deserving because you're going to have 2 losses to inferior opponents. It's not like you played some top 10 team that beat you in a in a road game, and you're going to have 2 bad losses on your schedule. One I can excuse because I can say, look, you had a terrible day against Northern Illinois, and you've proven since then and the week before that you're a top 10 team. Okay, so I can forgive that if you keep handling business. You drop another one, it's like, okay, you're just too inconsistent for me to say you deserve to play for a championship. That would be my take. So I would sell that simply because I sell the first number. I think it would be higher than that. I absolutely buy the second number.
I think, Jay, I saw what you were trying to do here. I think this is a play on what the ESPN broadcast was doing Saturday for the Notre Dame Georgia Tech game, because it was a lot of, just shoving numbers down your throat on Saturday. So I think I see what you were attempting to get at here, but if you are going based off of these numbers, then yeah, Bryan, I agree with you.
This is an interesting one, Trev.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold again. Keon Keeley would have a much more successful college career if he stayed with his original Notre Dame commitment.
I buy that. And a couple things. Number one is I think Keon would have been a better fit for the Notre Dame defense, either as a Viper or as an end, either one. Keon's biggest issue, however, from everyone that I've talked to associated with the program he's at now, is Keon thrived under Coach Chow's structure at Berkeley Prep. He needed that. He needed someone that kind of was always guiding him on what to do and how to act. And Bama doesn't do that. They don't do that at all. And Keon, from what I'm told, has not necessarily developed the necessary work ethic needed to play to his potential. He hasn't had the focus needed. At Notre Dame, he would have had that structure. He would have. And at Notre Dame, he would have had that. At Alabama, he doesn't. If you go to Alabama and you do those things that just whatever, brush you aside. At Notre Dame, there would have been more of a desire to say, hey, look, man, we need you to get your head out of here, you know what? And especially now, with all the injuries they've had, he would have had to have played by now. So, yes, he would have had a much more success. And look, Trevor, this isn't sour grapes. I said this when he decommitted. I said, look, he thinks he's going to a better situation. I don't think he is. I don't think he fit that defense. I don't think he fits Saban's defense, and I don't think he fits the defense they're running now, schematically, his skill set. He fit Notre Dame's defense a lot better, but Keon needed the structure that Notre Dame would have provided on and off the field. And that's what he's missing in Bama. It's not, oh, he wasn't as good as you thought. No, physically, he was a talent. He's every bit as talented as I thought he was. But you got to fit the defense, and you got to be the place that's going to help develop you as a young man in the ways where you need it. And Keon was a very fun-loving but immature young man that needed some structure in his life. Coach Chow gave that to him. He flourished at Berkeley Prep. Academically, he got the structure. Football, he got the structure. It's exactly how it would have been at Notre Dame. But he went to an Alabama, which is the polar opposite, and that's why he's struggling. And, I have yet to see him even be on the third team in the depth charts I've seen. So, yes, he would have had a much more successful college career at Notre Dame. Because if he would have played a meaningful snap at Notre Dame, 5 meaningful snaps, that's more than he's done at Alabama. That's more successful. The bar's pretty low from what he's done so far. But I think he'd be playing for Notre Dame right now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to buy this one as well. Mostly because I can't really, to be honest with you, speak too much on what Alabama's doing with him from a developmental standpoint. But what I can speak on is what Al Washington has done with some of the younger guys this year. I look what Bryce Young has done this year, and Logan Thomas when he's gotten his opportunities, and Jordan Botelho started to come on this year before he got hurt. And look at the development of Boubacar Traore, and Junior Tuihalamaka is playing better than what he has in previous years at Notre Dame. So just from that sample size alone, from Notre Dame's standpoint and from Notre Dame's perspective, I absolutely buy this. I think Keon Keeley would have had a much more successful career in South Bend. Buy, sell, hold from Balpine Shillelagh. The Notre Dame defense will prevent Navy from scoring any more than 15 points maximum.
All right, I'm going to have to sell that because my prediction tomorrow is going to have them scoring more than 15 points. So I hope that that's the case. But you could have a great performance against Navy and hold them to 21 points. That would be a really good performance against them. If you hold them under 21, you had a great performance against them. So I'm going to sell that. I think they'll get more than 15. So, yeah. without giving up too much away for my score prediction yesterday.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Brian. Based on my prediction, I am also selling this. Buy, sell, hold again from Ball P and Shillelagh. We see at least one trick play from the special teams against Navy.
I'm gonna hope sell that one because I'm thinking that you might not need that in this particular game. Not even not need it, but just like the situation may not call for it. How about that? So I'm gonna sell that.
I'm going to sell it as well. Marcus Freeman made it sound like it was not necessarily to try to do anything flashy. It was just Georgia Tech gave them specific looks, and that was the opportunity that was given, not necessarily because they had to go and get, flash points or whatever you want to call it with the playoff committee. So buy, sell, hold again from Ball P and Shillelagh. Riley passes for 200 yards for the third game in a row.
Buy. I don't know how much over 200 it'll be, but I would expect him to be over 200. I'd be a little disappointed and surprised. Unless it's like they run for 375 and he goes like 8 of 12 for 175 yards and he's out in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? Like if it's a competitive game and he throws for less than 200, I'll be a little disappointed. If it's a blowout, then sure, they may not need him to do that. So, but I'm going to buy that.
Yep. Buy.
I'll put it like this. The defense he played on Saturday is a better pass defense than the one he's going to face this Saturday. And he threw for over 200 yards against him.
And essentially stopped throwing in the fourth quarter.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Threw 2 balls in the fourth quarter?
I think so. And I think one of them was a screen.
Yeah.
All righty. Buy, sell, hold from I Am Tenzin. You will finally start using the name Drachenfeuer for Drake Bowen. Did I pronounce that right?
I think so. So I Am Tenzin calls him that on the board, and it means something in German. I did not enjoy my 2 years of German in high school. I do not like the language. I think it sounds terrible, with all due respect to my German friends. And maybe that's just because as a history major, I've listened to too many, crazy sounding German people, whether it's the members of the Third Reich, the crazy people from the First World War, or as someone who also studies Christian history, a lot of the some of the worst ideas that we've seen that push back against Christianity came out of Germany. So like there's a demonic spirit over top of that line. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying those people are crazy. I'm just joking, Germans. Because we had a German exchange student when I was a kid. Awesome guy from West Germany. So I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but yeah, it's not a language I'm overly fond of, so I will not be calling him that. Plus, I mean, one of my favorite movies as a kid, it sounds a little bit too much like Drago, man, and knock that guy out, man. I know it's Russian, but it just sounds like it, So I'm gonna sell that. I will never call him that.
I'm going to sell that because I'm Tenzin. You put me on the spot on a show at Buy, Sell, Hold to try to pronounce that live no, I'm just messing with you. But no, I'm also going to sell that just because I have no idea how to pronounce it. So
yeah,
I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold again from Ian Tenzin. Notre Dame will hold Navy and Army to their season lows in rushing when we look back on the season.
Let me look at Army's schedule here real quick because I'm familiar with Navy's. You know what? I'm going to say for both of them. So right now, Navy's low is 171. That was this past weekend. Army's low is 288 against Rice. I'm going to say I'm going to buy Army. I'm going to sell Navy because a lot of times you look back at the stats and the lowest output one of them has is against each other. Because nobody knows how to defend the triple option like teams that run the triple option and see it every day in fall camp and every day in the spring. And yeah, so I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it for both. I think they'll hold one of them to the season low. I don't think that they'll hold both of them. If this is a buy, if I end up being wrong about this, Notre Dame will blow both of those teams out. Because if they hold Navy to their season low, it's got to be less than 171. Because that's what they had against Charlotte last weekend.
Yeah.
And I'd feel pretty decent about that, actually.
You said Army season low was 288?
288, yeah. I think they'll hold them lower to that. But what I'm saying is I could see Navy holding them later to less than what Notre Dame holds them to. See what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Like, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Because they see that stuff all the time. Like there was one year where Navy had a really bad run defense, but they shut down Air Force. Because again, it's like, okay, they see that all the time. You know what I mean? And they can have some unique plans to stop it. So that's kind of why I put it that way. I'm trying to remember the year where it was. There was a year recently where they really shut down a good Air Force team running the football. And I don't remember what year it was, but I remember breaking it down. Yeah, it was 2019. They held Air Force to 108 yards rushing in a match. I mean, in other years, they've done a pretty decent job too. They held Air Force to 176 on 59 carries in 2021. Held Army to 124. They gave up 200 to Air Force the next year. Held Army to 125. So they've last year they gave up 137 to Army on 48 carries. Held them to 2.9 per carry. So last year was another year they did a pretty decent job of keeping Air Force's yards down. And that was a year where when Army held them to 100 or Navy held them to 108. That year, Trevor, they averaged 298.5. So it wasn't like it was a down year there. I mean, it was 108. The next lowest total they had was 162. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it tends to be like that, where one of them will hold the other one to their lowest output. So I think they'll do it for one, not for both. I hope I'm wrong, because I hope it's both.
Yeah.
Because then that means we'll be 2-0.
Buy, sell, hold again from Ian Tenzin. USC will turn it around just long enough to finish 7-5 when Notre Dame destroys them in the final game of the season.
I mean, that means they can only lose one more game between now and then. I mean, they're 3-4 right now, Trev. So they've got their schedule's challenging, but not super hard. They got Rutgers at home this week, winnable but losable. Then they have Navy at Washington the next week. I would love to see USC have to defend the triple option. At Washington next week, winnable but losable, also losable. Then they have a bye. Then they're home against Nebraska. Again, they could win it. They could lose it. At UCLA, I mean, my thought is that they're not going to lose to UCLA, who's really terrible. But again, it's like, okay, I mean, UCLA just beat Rutgers at Rutgers.
Yeah.
And played Minnesota tough. And so did USC. They played Oregon tough. I mean, here's the thing I'll give Deshaun Foster credit for. His team is not good, and they're not necessarily coached overly well. But those kids compete their butts off. They do not quit at all. And so, I mean, those are all losable games. They're all winnable games. So, I mean, they'd have to go 4. Actually, no. Yeah, they actually can't lose another game, Trevor. I'm actually doing the math wrong. They can't lose another game.
Because their loss would be
if their fifth loss is to Notre Dame, then it means they have to go 4-0 the rest of the way. They have to beat Rutgers. They have to beat Washington at Washington. They have to beat Nebraska. They have to beat UCLA on the road, and then they'd be 7-4 come play Notre Dame. So sell that. No, there's no way. I mean, it's certainly a way, but the way they're playing right now, Trev, I mean, they lost 3 of 4. They got beat by Minnesota. They got beat by Penn State in a great game, and then they blew a big lead against Maryland, and then they lost to Michigan, who's not very good. I mean, they find ways to lose, and I think they'll at least drop one. I could see them going 3-1 and being like 6-5 going into the Notre Dame game, but I have a hard time seeing them run the table. And I think there's a better chance that they go 1-3 than they go 3-1.
I was just about to say, I mean, USC is closer to not being bowl eligible than they are to being 7-4 when Notre Dame comes to town.
I mean, Maryland's not very good.
No.
They made that Maryland quarterback look like a superstar.
Yeah, I agree. USC is fighting to go play in the Idaho Potato Bowl. They're not trying to be 7-4 when Notre Dame comes to town. I'll tell you that right now.
I am very curious to see what USC does. If they fall apart the way that I think they might, I'm very curious to see what USC does. Because you could argue that Lincoln Riley's gotten worse in each year.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big enough red flag when you have the returning Heisman Trophy winner and then
go 8-5.
And then get worse than what you did in the previous year. I think in the Heisman year for him, they went 11-2 and lost to Tulane in a bowl game. And then the following year they go 8-5, and now this year it's just completely fallen apart. It's wild. It's wild. Buy, sell, hold from my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So for them to match last year's record at 3-4, they have to either win out and lose a bowl game,
yeah,
or go 4-1 down the stretch and then win a bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's possible. Again, it's possible because USC has talent to beat the teams on their schedule before Notre Dame.
Yeah.
But as we've seen, they also had the talent to beat Maryland. They had the talent to beat Minnesota. Look, a team that lacks talent doesn't get up on Penn State 20-3.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not talent. They have no heart. They have no toughness. And that's a byproduct of their coach because he has no heart and he has no toughness, which is why he left Oklahoma for greener pastures of the Pac-12 when Oklahoma was going to go to the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
And you blew your whole league up. You blew 100-year league up so you can go to because USC's the reason the Pac-12 died. They're the school that initiated. Their leadership is the reason. But like USC is the team that made it happen. If USC would have stayed, hey, we're going to stay together, we're going to make this work, then the Pac-12 would still be a thing right now.
Sure.
So I actually am enjoying this, to be honest with you, because you know how I am. I'm a traditionalist. This is what you destroyed your tradition for. So you get your behind kicked by Minnesota and Maryland. You know what I'm saying? This is what you deserve this. You deserve this whooping. And so, yeah, I'm happy that it's happening. I'm not going to lie. Even though it's not good for Notre Dame, I'm happy it's happening.
Buy, sell, hold from Ian Tenzin. IU is still a second-tier Big Ten contender versus a front-runner.
Sell. Second. Well, see, it's kind of in between. I guess he's okay. I will buy that based on this, the staying true to the text of what he said in the buy, sell, hold. I mean, that's the whole point of putting us in. I don't think they are a second-tier Big Ten title contender. I think they're in the first tier, but I don't think they're a front runner. I think there's still 3 teams ahead of them right now, in my opinion. And that would be Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State. I think are still better teams than Indiana. The game that they had against Nebraska really changed my opinion of Indiana in a lot of ways, Trevor. And do I think they're good enough to beat Ohio State? No, I don't. But I also didn't think they were good enough to absolutely destroy Nebraska. And it wasn't a fluky game, Trevor. It wasn't like where they got a bunch of short fields. And, they averaged 7.9 yards per play. They went for 295 yards, 495 yards rushing, or total offense. They went for over 200 yards passing and over 200 yards rushing. Nebraska in the 2 previous games was giving against Purdue and Rutgers only gave up 138 rushing yards. They went for 215. The most yards rushing they'd given up all season was 166. And they went for, here's the thing. Indiana had the most yards rushing against Nebraska all year and the most yards passing against Nebraska all year. The most yards they'd given up in a game was 381. This is a quality Nebraska defense, and they made them look bad. And then they completely shut Nebraska down defensively. Just completely shut. And Nebraska had a couple drives. They turned the ball over and all that. They only had 304 yards of offense at 4.1 yards per play. Actually, you know what I mean? So that it's not like Nebraska was like, boy, they moved the ball up and down the field. They just couldn't punch it in the end zone. They had one drive early and they fumbled. And after that, they just kind of got rolled. They got absolutely rolled. So, yeah, man, I think I was like, I'm not sure, but dude, Indiana's yet to play a close game. If you think about it, they've really not played an overly competitive game yet. Their closest margin of victory is 14 points over Maryland. That's it. They're legit.
I use a very interesting team to me because when you watch them play, they are legit. You go and you look at the final box score. It's very, very, very legit. They are playing games and blowing teams out of the water, and it's not even close. But then there's another part of me that will look back and say it's kind of tough because there's a chance that IU might play one ranked team all year in Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just I need to get out of the old narrative of just IU is historically not a good football program. Right. You know, like I'm willing to admit that might be a factor in my mindset here, but it's just tough that, again, like IU might not play a ranked opponent until week 10, and then we'll kind of see what level they are. But just through watching them, I want to say that they can compete with an Ohio State and an Oregon and a Penn State, but then on the same level, like I don't know if I could say because they beat Nebraska the way they did, they would be able to beat Oregon.
And see, that's why I have them 4th, because I still don't think they can beat those other 3 teams on a neutral field or whatever, or on the road, right? But 4th to me, because of their schedule, still makes them a Big Ten title contender. You see what I'm saying? Like, so like they don't have to play 2 of those 3 top teams, which adds into the fact that I do think they're a legit title contender, because they only have to have one more like great game to be in there. You know what I mean? Because like they can knock Ohio State out. Now I don't think they're going to beat Ohio State. I don't. I'm just making the point that if they beat Ohio State's out. You know, they're not playing for the Big Ten title. And you know, do they get the right matchup in the next round? I don't know. You know, and that's the thing is, Trev, I'm with you. The Nebraska game opened my eyes up a little bit. And it's not that Nebraska's great. It's the way that they beat Nebraska.
Yeah, 100%.
And when you look at it and you say at the end of the year, let's say they go 11-1 at the end of the year. Let's take away playoff and if they go 11-1, that means they would have Indiana will have beaten UCLA on the road, Northwestern on the road, Nebraska at home, Washington at home, Michigan at home, and Michigan State on the road. That is a heck of a year for any Big Ten team. Yeah. Especially Indiana. So I'm with you. Like we got to get past, like, look, I think they've won enough games convincingly enough. Like this isn't, remember the couple of years where Northwestern would win 10 games and they'd have like 4 games where they like just barely beat a team that wasn't any good. Yeah. You know, they're just scraping by because the Big Ten West sucks. This isn't that. They're dominating people, right? Mm-hmm. And then here's the other part. In order for them to win their next couple games, they're going to have to do it with their backup quarterback. Yeah. Who's a highly ranked kid that I didn't think very highly of, Taven Jackson. I was not a big fan. I think he went to Tennessee initially. I'm not very high on him. Now, let's see what they do, because isn't that what good teams do? They lose players and other guys step up and play well. So it's going to be fascinating. We're going to learn so much about Indiana, but we've learned a lot already. And I think we kind of got to give them their respect of what they've done so far. Can they keep it going? We'll find out. But as of right now, I think that they're right now, Indiana's a legitimate playoff contender right now. If they go 11-1 and their only loss is a 4-quarter touchdown loss to Ohio State, how are you going to keep a Big Ten team out? Well, it's 11-1 that has their only loss. They beat Michigan, beat Michigan State, literally would have beat 2 of last year's playoff teams to get to 11-1. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. You're in Indianapolis. I get it. But if Indiana's 11-1 and their only loss is like a competitive 4-quarter game to Ohio State, they would have beat 2 of last year's playoff teams, right? They would have 1 loss in the Big Ten, not the Big Ten West, but the Big Ten. How do you not say 11-1 Indiana team is in the playoff outside of the thinking about that? Well, they've never been good at football. How can Indiana be good at football? I get that. I just don't think you can keep an 11. Now, if they go get just destroyed by Ohio State and they're 11-1, then you're like, yeah, Michigan's not that good. Washington's not that good, right? I mean, those things are also true. They didn't beat last year's version of that. That was going to be my
Washington,
right?
That was going to be my point. That reminds me a lot of like when Colorado beat TCU at the start of 2023, and they're like, we just beat a team that played for the national championship. It's like, okay, well, you didn't play the same team. Like it's. You know, so I hear you. I absolutely agree. I do need to get the narrative out of my mind that it's just IU, and I've given them credit where credit is due. Right. I do think that there is more. Now, if you beat Ohio State, then you're playing for the Big Ten championship, I firmly believe, depending on what Penn State does too, because then you're kind of like, because IU and Penn State don't play each other this year.
And then Oregon doesn't play either one of them either, correct? Or do they play Penn State? I think Penn State only plays Ohio State.
I think you're right. Yeah,
Penn State. They don't play Oregon. So there's a chance they could have 3 undefeated teams in the Big Ten.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't. Yeah.
I don't either. But like
I think Ohio State's going to take care of that.
I think so too.
Honestly.
I do too. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people still have fresh in their mind what happened in the Ohio State Oregon game, and I'm quick to remind people, both Ohio State fans and Ohio State haters, it's like it's a 1-point loss on the road to the number one team in the country.
Thank you for saying that, because I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine who hates Ohio State, and he called me thinking he knows I hate Ohio State too. And he's like, yeah, there's all these rumblings about how unhappy people were and how horrible. I'm like, God, my man, they lost by a point on the road to a top 5 team who's now ranked number 1. Now, do I think Oregon's the best team in the country? No, I don't. Do I think Oregon's a top 5 team? I mean, they are now, but I mean, I don't know if I think that they necessarily are. No. But I was like, dude, like they made Oregon play great to beat them, and they still had a shot at the end of the game. Like, let's not act like, we're writing Ryan Day's eulogy as the head coach of Ohio State. Now, if they go out and lose to Indiana or Purdue, then okay, sure. But like they went on the road and lost a point in a game that I predicted them to lose preseason.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And they were actually more competitive than I thought they would be looking at the preseason. So there's definitely some overreactions to the Ohio State loss, but that's kind of what we do now, right? It's
sure.
Like, people act like they lost to Oregon State, or Washington. They lost to a really good football team by a point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
100%. So, no, I agree. The Big Ten, how it's going to shape up at the end of the year is going to be really interesting, because let's just say Oregon remains undefeated in conference. Let's just say, like we think that they will, Ohio State runs the table. They beat Penn State. They beat IU. Well, Penn State and IU don't have great schedules outside of when they play Ohio State. So you could have 11-1 Ohio State, 12-0 Oregon, 11-1 Penn State, 11-1 IU. That's going to be, I mean, just again, we've talked about it all week and weeks prior. The end of the college football season this year is going to be crazy.
Yes, it is.
Buy, sell, hold from DJ with nil. Recruits don't have to go to the SEC to get paid. Buy, sell, hold. We will see a growing trend of recruits staying closer to home.
Well, most top recruits are from SEC country now, especially since Texas is, in the SEC, and Texas A&M is in the SEC, and Oklahoma's in the SEC. So when kids, quote unquote, stay home and go to one of those 3 schools, they're still going to the SEC. So I'm selling that, because recruits staying closer to home means they're playing in the SEC in most instances. And the other part of that is, I don't know that the ACC teams that could maybe put a dent in that are going to do enough with NIL to get those. Now basketball, sure, they'll pay money, but sadly, the ACC teams, very few of them are actually interested in really building a big time football program the way that the lower level SEC teams are.
Yeah, and
I think that's bad business. It's nearsighted. I mean, there's just a lot I have wrong with it, but that's just the reality of it, So, I mean, I'm selling it, because I still don't think those schools are going to pony up. Like North Carolina's not going to pony up to outbid Bama for a top player from the state of North Carolina.
No.
You know what I mean? They're not going to outbid Notre Dame for a top player from the state of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I don't. I'm going to sell that. I mean, look, kids don't have to go to the SEC to get paid, but there's more reasons than just getting paid that you're going to go to the SEC. It's still several top programs. It's still, NFL draft has X number of SEC guys every year, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot more reasons than just that to go there.
Right.
And, I mean, Deuce Knight took the SEC money to stay closer to home. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's not like he's from Indiana or Chicago and he took the SEC money to go to Auburn. He stayed home.
Right.
So, it's kind of both for a lot of players.
Sure.
A lot of players.
Buy, sell, hold from DJ. It's a big problem for Notre Dame recruiting that most of the best athletes are in the South, and many of them don't want to leave home. So, buy, sell, hold. It's an insurmountable problem.
I love how he has these two things contrasting, because he kind of sell. It's not insurmountable. the best athletes have always been in the South for the most part. There was obviously a lot of years where Pennsylvania was producing a lot of top players, Illinois was producing Ohio, but there's always been a ton of top players in the South. And no, it's not insurmountable. Notre Dame has proven they can go down south and get top players. We just obsess over the ones they lose. And then we ignore all the other ones that they actually got and stick and come to Notre Dame and be great players. So no, it's not insurmountable.
Yeah.
And again, if anything, your previous question about NIL is a big reason why Notre Dame is one of the few teams, like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan to a degree, Penn State to a degree. They're really the only 4 northern schools that are going to go down there and get top players. Like Indiana's not going to outbid Florida for a kid that Florida wants. You know what I mean? And if because then they just got to be close enough to get them to stay home. They don't even have to outbid Indiana for a kid like that. They just have to be in the ballpark, and then the kid's going to stay home. But Notre Dame can do that.
Yeah.
And so, no, it's definitely not insurmountable. So, very hard sell.
Yeah, I'm hard selling this one as well. I think there's just a narrative that Notre Dame can't go and recruit in places like Texas or, and I'm going to sell it. Jaden Greathouse is from Texas. Jadarian Price is from Texas. Keedron Young is from Texas. Leonard Moore, Logan Thomas, KK Smith. I think all those guys are from Texas. So I think there's just this narrative that Notre Dame can't go down south and get these guys. And that's just the players on their team that they have from one state. So I'm going to sell it as well. Buy, sell, hold from Poe Welch 84. Notre Dame doesn't land another 2025 wide receiver recruit. Instead, they use the transfer portal to fill out the wide receiver room.
I will buy that as an option. I mean, that's as a possibility. I'm still not there yet. There's some kids they're looking at. There's I'll have some more on it later, but there's 2 or 3 more kids that they're looking at right now, Trevor, that I've been able to gather. So we'll see if they can get any of them. Right now, I mean, it's obviously not trending in a great direction, but I still think they get one more as of right now. So right now, I'm going to sell, but I'm not selling with a great deal of conviction, Poe Welch, that you're just going to be wrong. You're going to be way wrong. You know what I mean? So as of right now, I'm selling it, but it could change.
Buy, sell, hold from JRH. Navy being ranked and undefeated actually helps Notre Dame start fast and win decisively as compared to stumbling out of the gate and being in a dogfight.
I'll buy that. I mean, I think they're going to watch film of Navy and be like, this team's not bad. At least the defense will. I don't know if the offense is going to see Navy's defense and be like, hey, these guys are great, but I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I'll buy that. It's tough because I know history says that Marcus Freeman gets his team up and ready for ranked opponents, but I think this is the first time that he has faced Navy when they've been ranked. Mm-hmm. And Navy just poses a different threat from a preparation standpoint. What's one of the biggest criticisms of Marcus Freeman is consistently being able to prepare his team to play every single Saturday. So I'm going to buy it, but I'm more on the side of a hope buy, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah. I'd be a little shocked if they're not ready to play this game.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would, and very disappointed. And we'll talk a lot about it in the post-game show, but
yep.
I'll be surprised if they don't. Now, again, but here's the thing. They could come out of the gate and start fast and it's still going to be a dogfight, right? Like this isn't, there's this notion that if Notre Dame doesn't blow a team out, they weren't locked in. No, the other team just really had a really good game plan too and played really well and made plays and they were pretty good too. You know what I mean? Like it's not that they weren't ready or weren't, focused. It's just that other team had a good day. Not every game that they don't play well is Northern Illinois, where they were just zombies. They didn't want to be there. That's different than what happened against Miami, Ohio. That's different than what happened against, Georgia Tech with not starting fast. But we turned it into everything just that, and it's not.
Buy, sell, hold from JRH. Riley Leonard takes the next step and averages 250 passing yards and 60 rushing yards per game through the final stretch.
If that happens, that's not going to be about Riley Leonard. That's going to be about the offensive line and the receivers playing better. Simple as that. I mean, Riley Leonard would already be doing that if the offensive line was better. Simple as that.
I think Riley Leonard averages close to 60 rushing yards per game as is. I think he's somewhere in the mid-50s, maybe. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go look.
But
They haven't ran him quite as much the last couple games, but I think you're right. He is at 65.1 points per yards per game. Yeah.
I know the 200-yard performances help cushion those numbers a little bit.
He's ran for 134 yards the last 3 games. Now, part of that is he didn't play in the fourth quarter of one of those games, but like the last 3 games, he's at 44.7.
Gotcha.
And there will be some game in the next 5 where they're going to need him to run more, to boost that back up, right? But like that's going to be about other people, not him.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. By so whole JRH secondary has 7 combined interceptions the rest of the regular season.
That's 1 a game and then 2 games where they have 2. That's a bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By so whole JRH, Bryce Young has 4 sacks the rest of the way and ends the season as the biggest game wrecker along with the defensive line for the Irish.
I'll buy the first part. I'm not going to buy the second part. I could see him getting 4 sacks the rest of the way, especially against, Virginia and Florida State, certainly, USC, certainly. It's possible. I'll buy that as a possibility. Look, Bryce Young's getting better and better and better. There's a long way to go for him to be as good as what Riley Mills has been the last couple of weeks and what Howard Cross is when he's on. Now, down the road, he'll be a way better player than both of them if he stays healthy, right? But if we're talking just this season, like Bryce Young did some nice things on Saturday. But Riley Mills was on a different level.
It will always be hard for me. Now, I know from a snap count perspective, I think Bryce Young had more snaps on Saturday than RJ Oben, but it's going to be hard for me to have the biggest game wrecker on the defensive line, somebody that's not starting, which he might start by the end of the year. Who knows? I don't think that he will, but no, I'm with you, Brian. I'll buy the first part. I'm selling the second part.
If we're wrong, either Notre Dame's defensive line is playing at an unreal rate, or somebody got hurt or is going back to early season form. I don't know that that'd be good. But if it's because he's just that good, that's going to be fun to watch. But I think that'll maybe be next year. I could see him maybe becoming their best defensive lineman. Certainly. Yeah,
absolutely.
Especially if Boubacar's kind of that year 1 removed from the knee thing where he's good, but not quite as good. Yeah, I can't wait to see 2 years. I mean, I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but 2026, when Boubacar's 2 years removed from his knee surgery and Bryce Young's a junior, that's going to be fun to watch.
That's just
fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
that. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. By so hold Christopher Crosby. Syracuse and Indiana fans better enjoy their coaches now because neither of them will be there for very long.
Buy. That's about the easiest buy that we can have right now. Yeah.
Another buy sell hold from Christopher Crosby. Will Stein is the best offensive coordinator in the Big Ten.
Boy. I mean, I like Will Stein a lot, but
he's up there.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I don't know a whole lot about Mike Shanahan. I don't really know a whole lot about what he's done, but that Indiana offense is ridiculous.
I know.
I mean, like, he's got a great name as a Broncos fan. He's got a great name. I never heard of the guy until like last year at JMU, but he's in the conversation. And no, I mean, Chip Kelly's a heck of a coach, but I don't think the way Chip Kelling's calling the offense this year that he's like, he's the biggest name.
Yeah.
But to me, it's Wilson. And I think the guy at Penn State's doing a really nice job too.
Yeah,
I do. I think especially with some of the injuries they've had, and he's doing some really nice things too. There's a lot better coordinating in the Big Ten right now than there has been in the past. I mean, Iowa's seen a huge upgrade for them. I mean, they're averaging 27.9 points per game. That's huge for Iowa. I think haven't they had 2 40-point games already this year?
Yeah.
Iowa.
Yeah.
So, and one of them was against an FBS team, not even against you know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, But yeah, I'm going. Will Stein and Mike Shanahan right now are the two most impressive guys in the league. If you wanted to say it's Will Stein, all right, I'm not going to disagree with you. But, and yes, Christopher, the guy from Penn State is the guy from Kansas. Yes, Chris Kotelnicki or something like that.
Yeah. Will Stein or Shanahan. They're 1A, 1B. You just choose which order whoever is in.
Yeah.
I'll hear out both sides.
Yep, agree.
Buy, sell, hold from Double Bogey. This game will tell us how far the young linebackers have really come with their discipline and assignment correctness.
And Trevor, we talked about that in the other part. That's a definite buy because they're going to be challenged in a way that's going to be a lot different than what they have. It's a whole different test. So yeah, that's an easy buy.
Absolutely. Absolute buy. Buy, sell, hold again from Double Bogey. My girls will witness their first Notre Dame win in dominating fashion.
Well, I hope so. I'm going to hope by that one. I'm assuming that he's taking his girls to the game this weekend, so safe travels. That's pretty awesome. That my one cool aspect of my first Notre Dame game was back in 2007, Trevor, and it was a loss, which sucked, but it was against USC. So like my first time watching Notre Dame was against a longtime rival. I think that's pretty cool. A buddy of mine's first game was actually 86, and it was Notre Dame, Michigan at the start of the season. First time he saw Notre Dame play live. Jim Harbaugh was quarterback for Michigan that year. So it's pretty cool that your first time to watch them is against Navy. That is pretty cool. Your girls to watch them. So, and I hope that it's so I'm going to hope by it, Trevor. I'm going to hope by it.
I'm going to hope by it too. I remember my first Notre Dame game too. It's one that I'm always going to remember. Mine is a little bit easier to remember too. Mine was 06 UCLA. So,
oh man, hold on a second. That's the so were you still there for oh my gosh, that would you probably hated the first 58 minutes of that game.
My dad and I were sitting in the end zone where he ran into.
No.
We were up, but we got the end zone shot of him cutting it back and stumbling in. I mean, it was
that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, so I'm a little spoiled with my first ever Notre Dame game. My dad and I have been to some crazy ones. We went to 2012 Pitt. We went to 2010 Utah. We went to 06
I was
UCLA.
at 2012 Pitt. Yeah.
There we go.
A lot of the games you've been at, I'm sure I've been at, but I was working. I was actually at the 2012 Pitt game as a fan because I was coaching that year.
Okay.
So it was my first. I'd covered the team in 10 and 11, then I got back into coaching in 12 and 13, and so I was at the Pitt game was the only one I went to that year that I was at. That year was a Pitt game. So
yeah, that was crazy. After Sierra Wood fumbled, my dad was like, "All right, let's leave." And I was like, "Hey, they might miss the field goal." And he's on the 25-yard line. They're not going to miss the field goal. And then he missed the field goal. And but we've been to some crazy ones. But Double Bogey, I hope you and your girls have such a great time. I remember my first Notre Dame game, so I hope it's nothing but a blast.
I was with my dad on my first one too, Trev. So it's
nice.
That's pretty cool that we were both able to be there with our dads. So that's cool.
Awesome. Buy, sell, hold again from Double Bogey. Gabe Rubio has a coming out party dominating the interior of the Navy offensive line.
I sure hope so. That's another hope buy. I mean, it's possible, and it's not hope buy like it's not going to happen. It's a hope buy. I don't know what's going to happen, but I mean, I think this is a Gabriel Rubio type of game. I do. So I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it not just because I want it to happen. I'm going to buy it because I think this is a kind of game where he can really play at a high level, to be honest with you. So, just kind of be a big physical, eat up blocks, get a push, that type of thing. I certainly think it's possible that he plays that way, and I hope that he does play that way. So I don't remember how Gabriel played against them last year. So I'd have to go back and watch that game. I don't remember. I remember Javonte having a couple big plays, a pass breakup. I remember Josh Burnham being really good in this game last year. I think Riley, if I remember correctly, was really good in this game last year. I don't remember Gabriel. I'm not saying he didn't play well or did or I'm just saying I don't remember him how well he played in that game. So I have to go back and watch that one. But yeah, it'd be a good one.
Which on the flip side of the coin, if you don't remember him playing very poorly either, that
right.
That also might be.
I don't know that anybody played poorly against Navy last year.
Well, 42-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm gonna buy it too, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You could insert any game or any name in there. Gabe Rubio, Riley Mills, Howard Cross, Armel Mukum, Donnie Heinisch. I don't care who it is, but I just hope that it's a dominating game in dominating fashion for the interior.
They need it. They need it.
Buy, sell, hold from Beefeater ND08. We dodged a bullet or maybe just got grazed for 2023 by missing out on Ludwig and getting Denbrock in 2024.
I'm going to sell that because of the way he termed it. I'm happy that it turned out the way that it did with Mike Denbrock instead of Andy Ludwig. I'm happy it worked out the way that it did. But Notre Dame did not dodge a bullet by not having Andy Ludwig. Andy Ludwig has been handicapped by a terrible quarterback situation the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And has he done a good job? No. Does that completely discount what he did for the previous 15 years as an offensive coordinator? Also no. And what happened at Utah the last 2 years would have been much different had Andy Ludwig been his results would have been much different the last 2 years if he was at Notre Dame instead of being at Utah.
Sure.
So, I mean, the offense last year would have been at the very minimum as good as it was under Jared Parker. At minimum, I think it would have been better. And this year, they'd be a lot better than the Utah offense. So, no, they did not. Andy Ludwig is a very good offensive coordinator who has not been able to push the right buttons the last 2 years. He hasn't. I'm not going to defend the job he's done, but they have had just a ton of injuries and their quarterback situation, which is why ultimately I'm glad that Mike Denbrock is here because I do think Mike Denbrock's a much better recruiter than Andy Ludwig. That's kind of always been my concern with him is as a recruiter. But no, they didn't like Andy Ludwig was considered a big time hire for a reason. And if he goes somewhere else and coaches somewhere else, he'll get back to looking like he did before. So yes. So I'm happy that they're with them. I'm very pleased that Mike Denbrock's the OC. If you were to ask me, hey, Brian, you can either take Ludwig now or we'll go through a year of Jared Parker, but next year I know we'll get Mike Denbrock. I'd have said, hold off for Denbrock. I would have said that. But I don't think they dodged a bullet for Andy Love because I think he's still a really, really good offensive mind. I'm selling that.
I'm going to sell it as well because you have to make decisions as a program with the options that are in front of you. And at no point in time at the start of 2023 did Notre Dame think that Mike Denbrock was an option that point or down the road. So, I got to sell that too. I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold again from Beefeater ND08. Chris Tyree wishes he stayed at Notre Dame.
Sell. He's been banged up at Virginia and not playing a ton, but I think there was a lot more reasons that he left than just playing time. So I'm going to sell that. He's got his degree from Notre Dame. I think he's happy with that.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold again from Beefeater ND08. Freshmen and sophomores are not supposed to have as much fun as KVA and Drake Bowen are having.
Sell. I mean, that's exactly what the freshmen and sophomores are supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sell. I think that there's a stigma that underclassmen kind of have to wait for their moment. If you're good, put them on the field. And it's a beautiful sign that KVA and Drake Bowen are having as much fun out on the field as they are right now. So, yeah, I sell that one. Definitely sell. Beefeater ND08 again. Sorry, you got something?
No, there's just this next one is just
in buy, sell, hold in no particular order. Kingston Viliama-Asa and Drake Bowen are the Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris of college linebackers.
Sell. I don't even know how to take that one. Sell. Like Chuck Norris became so much more popular like when he retired from acting than he was as an actor. It's just like hilarious. Have you ever seen the fight? It was a movie, but the movie fight between Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris?
No, I haven't, but that was going to be my point is I thought they were like feuding. So I hope KVA and Drake Bowen are not like the Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris of.
Did they have a real feud, or was it just like in movies and stuff?
In movies, but like I get what you're saying from like they were both fantastic in their own right, but I never want to see them fight. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, Chuck, leave your shirt on, brother. Like, just go watch the scene and you'll know what I'm talking about, Trev. It's like, leave your shirt on, please. Please. Yeah, but that was an interesting one.
Beefeater ND08 again. Buy, sell, hold. Navy was averaging 296 yards, 6.44 yards per carry rushing going into last week's game against Charlotte. Greer Martini is Charlotte's linebackers coach, and they held Navy to 171 yards rushing and 4.1 yards per carry. If Bullo takes a DC role somewhere next season, Notre Dame should call Greer Martini.
I'd be fine with that. I'd love to see Greer come back. I mean, I'm ecstatic with the job that Max Bullo has done. But if Max Bullo leaves, I would absolutely want to get Greer on campus for an interview. Absolutely. He was a really smart player. And I mean, he was with Clark Lee as a GA or something last year. I think he's the full-time linebackers coach. Yeah, I would absolutely look into that. Yeah.
Yeah. I love Greer Martini. One of the best last names for a linebacker. That's solid. Buy, sell, hold. Dane Dad 22. The college playoff committee will penalize Notre Dame more for the bad Northern Illinois loss than they will credit them for their good wins and not have them in the initial playoff ranking. They will justify their ranking of Notre Dame by focusing on our offensive woes instead of the dominant defense.
Sell, because the committee's never done that with Notre Dame. Look, I'll say this. I mean, could they be outside the top 12? I mean, that's possible, but I think that'll be because of overall resume, not because of that ignoring all the wins. Like, I'll say this. Here's my buy, so hold it, I'm buying it. The committee will have will look at Notre Dame a lot more favorably than Notre Dame fans look at Notre Dame.
Buy.
Because they're not going to ignore like we're projecting our feelings about that loss onto the committee. Now, I don't know how the committee is going to handle the Northern Illinois loss because I don't know we've ever seen a team that's a legitimate playoff team lose to a team like Northern Illinois. I get that. But you also, it doesn't like only in our minds as fans does one loss like completely supersede 7 wins, with 3 of them coming over teams that were ranked at the time they played the game. That's an emotional fan, and that's fine. That's why we're fans, but the committee doesn't look at it that way. It's like recruits. Every time Notre Dame loses a game, who's going to decommit this week? And I'm like, nobody. They don't react the same way we do as fans. We are all ready to cancel every subscription we have, and I'm going to take timeouts from the message board and not watch a podcast because I'm in my feels about how the team played. But the high school kids don't look at it that way because they don't look at it as emotionally as we do as fans. That's fine. It's different. But the committee has never – this is what drives me crazy. The committee has always been very, very positive towards Notre Dame. Notre Dame was 11-1 in 2021. It's different than this because they had a good loss. Notre Dame had 0 wins over top 25 teams in 2021, and they were the 5th team. They were what was it? It was, didn't Georgia need to beat Bama? And then I was like, Baylor, Oklahoma State needed to beat Baylor or something like that, where Notre Dame actually would have been able to backdoor into the playoff with a terrible resume at 11-1. And the committee's always been pro Notre Dame. They had them 3rd in 2017 with a loss to Georgia. So the committee's always been there. Somebody said they left them for dead in 2019. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Notre Dame was 10-2 with no good wins. Their only ranked win was Navy, and they got destroyed by 31 points by a mediocre Michigan team and then lost to Georgia. They had a resume of a team outside the top 10.
100%.
And if they lose a second game this year, they'll have a resume of a team outside the top 10.
Yeah.
So, no, they didn't leave them for dead in 2019. Notre Dame didn't deserve to be in the top 10 in 2019. You don't go on the road and lose to I think Michigan had 3 losses that year, I believe. If I remember, I'm going to look this up. I believe Michigan they got killed by Wisconsin that year. Wisconsin beat them by 21. Penn State beat them by a touchdown. They lost to Ohio State by 29, and then they lost to Bama. They were a 4-loss team that year. They were not a very good football team when they played that. They were 5-2 when they beat Notre Dame by 31 points. Jack Cohn destroyed them that year, and the running game destroyed them that year. So, no, the committee has always been very pro Notre Dame. They got them back into the top. They had them in the top 4 in 2015 with a loss to Clemson. And the only reason they dropped out is because they barely beat a bad Wake Forest team. They barely beat a terrible Boston College team on the road. and Oklahoma was destroying people.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they deserved to drop out at the time, right? So the committee's always been very pro Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Very
100%.
pro Notre Dame.
I'm going to sell this too, because there's also a chance that a lot of people aren't talking about. Notre Dame might have one of the longest active win streaks in college football at the time that the playoffs are supposed to happen, right? Outside of maybe, they play this weekend, because I was going to say outside of LSU, who lost in week 1, and Texas A&M, who lost in week 1, but they play each other on Saturday.
One of them. What's funny is if A&M wins, they will have actually be in a position to have a longer win streak than Notre Dame, who's the last team to beat them this season. It's kind of because the current longest win streak belongs to Trevor. Do you know who the current longest win streak in college football belongs to?
I don't offhand.
Army.
Okay.
Army has the current law. It's like 12 or 13 games.
Okay.
And of course, Notre Dame has a chance to end that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can't echo it enough, Brian. The loss of Northern Illinois was unacceptable. It was bad. It was embarrassing. Whatever you want to fill in there. It was also like 8 weeks ago. It's going to get farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. And right now, Notre Dame is doing everything that we, after the Northern Illinois loss, has asked them to do post that game. There's nothing Notre Dame can do about who Louisville beats the rest of the season. There's nothing Notre Dame can do about Georgia Tech and who they're going to beat the rest of the season. But Notre Dame is handling business, and they're beating every single team that comes across their schedule week over week. And that's what they have to do, right? So I don't think there's so much magnification around the Northern Illinois loss. That's just...
We do way too much projecting onto the committee how we feel.
Yeah.
Like somebody in the chat, and I get it, says, my worry is that going forward, 1-loss Notre Dame teams will be on the same level as a 3-loss Big Ten SEC team. There's no evidence of that anywhere that the committee will view it that way. That's our paranoia that we're then projecting onto the committee. We are worried because we hear what ESPN says, but the committee has always rejected what ESPN says. Remember when Kirk Herbstreit was pushing for a 2-loss Georgia team to be in, and the committee was like, no, we're not doing that. You know what I mean? So they have always viewed Notre Dame favorably, even when Notre Dame didn't deserve it. Again, 2021, Notre Dame was not a top 5 football team, right? They were not, but they were a couple things happening on championship weekend away from being a freaking playoff team. Why? Because the committee loved them, because they're Notre Dame. So we got to stop projecting our feelings on and what ESPN says onto the committee, because the committee's a unique entity.
100%.
And that doesn't mean we may not love the first ranking that we may not love where Notre Dame is in the first ranking. We may not. It depends on kind of partly what happens this weekend. There's 5 games between ranked teams this weekend. You know, a lot still to happen between now and then. Because we saw the same thing. People were adamant that Alabama was going to still be ranked higher than Notre Dame in the AP poll. Adamant. And 3 or 4 spots behind at least than what Notre Dame was. Wasn't even close to Notre Dame in the points. But they were this is how it is. They hate Notre Dame. Well, yeah, they do have a bias towards Notre Dame, but they're not nuts. You know what I mean? Like some of the voters may, but as a whole, I'm not going to leave a 2-loss Alabama team ahead of Notre Dame, guys. Come on. You know what I mean? And they didn't. They dropped them at least 3 or 4 spots behind Notre Dame. That's us projecting our own paranoia, and then some of the silliness that comes out from ESPN and other outlets like that, like CBS Sports has as A&M as a 10 seed and Notre Dame out. You know what I mean? Okay, that the committee's not going to view it that way because they're not stupid. CBS Sports is, which is why they own 247 Sports. I'm just saying.
Buy, sell, hold again from Dane Dad 22. During the bye week, the offensive staff will look at making some adjustments to the O-line, possibly moving Knapp to guard and giving one of the tackles, Baker Lambert, an opportunity to help boost our pass game protection in the final run of the season heading into the postseason.
Sell. If they were going to do that, they would have done that in the last bye week. So I'm selling it.
Absolutely sell. I couldn't have said it better myself. Buy, sell, hold from ND alumnus in Minnesota. Improved play by the linebackers during the past 2 to 3 games has established the defensive line, especially across Mills, to play more aggressively.
I think it's the other way around. Yeah, I'm going to sell that. I think those two things are happening. I think it's more of the play of the defensive line is allowing the linebackers to play better. I think those two things are absolutely connected, and I think you're onto something with their connection. I just think it's the other way around. I think Mills and Cross are playing at a higher level, which is allowing the linebackers to play more free. That's what I think, Trev. So I'm selling that.
Absolutely.
I think he's right in his premise of the improvement kind of happening together and it impacting each other. I just would flip it the other way around.
Yep. Absolutely. Buy, sell, hold from P. Hamilton 16. Texas A&M will split their games against LSU in Texas.
Boy, I tell you what, I'm going to buy that, Trevor. I think there's a better chance that they lose both and win both as of right now. A&M keeps winning, but they're winning ugly. I mean, a lot of people, I think a lot of people have only watched A&M against Missouri because it's the one game you got to watch them when Notre Dame had a bye. And you watch them pound Missouri, and then you didn't watch them barely beat Arkansas. You didn't watch them, barely beat Mississippi State this weekend, who's not pretty good. I'll give Jeff Lebby's team credit, though. They are competing. They competed against Georgia 2 weeks ago, and they competed against A&M this past week. But they did not play well at all against Mississippi State this past weekend. And, so the odds of them running the table to me are still pretty slim in my view. I think they win one and lose one. I had them preseason losing to LSU, I believe. No, beating LSU and beating Texas preseason because I had them losing some other games. And I had Texas being 11-0 coming into that game. I think Texas now being 10-1 potentially coming in that game, you're going to get the absolute best. Like I thought Texas was going to go in there. They've got the SEC title game clinched. A&M's going to have 3 losses, and they're going to overlook them in A&M beats them. You're not getting overlooked now. And Texas is in a must-win situation. If you don't win this game, you're not in the SEC title game. So I'll say that they'll split one. They'll split those two, in my opinion. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy it too. It is interesting that both of those games will be at Kyle Field. I think that's a huge advantage for them. I really do. But to run the table against both, including still having to play South Carolina at South Carolina and Auburn at Auburn, it's going to be, the rest of their season is going to be a tough one, which I think they only have one bye week left too. So that'll be interesting to see how it shapes out. But yeah, Texas A&M, I think they split against LSU in Texas. Buy, sell, hold from 14 personnel. Coach Freeman has turned the corner philosophically to allow the offense to keep their foot on the gas with a lead by continuing to run the full offense opposed to just trying to run the clock.
I'm going to sell that because they did that last year. I mean, I watched Steve Angeli come into games as a backup and throw touchdown passes. I think Steve threw 3 games last year, I believe, where he threw a touchdown pass off the bench.
He did against
at least 2.
He
had one against Tennessee State.
He had 2 against State.
Right. And then he had one
Wake.
Yeah.
To Jaden Greathouse, I think, on like a deep over route.
Yeah. It was he threw one he threw 4. And he also had the corner route, the outcut rolling left to Cooper Flanagan against, I think, Pitt or Wake as well. Against Pitt.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, they did that last year. So, no, I'm not. I mean, they destroyed people last year. I mean, they had their foot on the gas in the fourth quarter against Tennessee State. I mean, they're still throwing the ball. They weren't throwing bombs. They let him come in and lead the offense to, I think, 2 scoring drives against Pitt, at least 1. Same thing against Wake Forest.
Yeah.
And he let Steve throw against Stanford too. He just threw a pick. You know what I mean? So then it was like, okay, now we're going to run it out. But he was planning on letting him run the ball run the offense against Stanford.
Yeah.
So no, I think that's kind of what they've always done. To be honest with you, I don't think that's new. That's what they did. I mean, he may have turned a corner, but that corner about this specific area that you're referring to got turned last year.
Yeah. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Greg Nielsen. In an era with expanded playoffs, Notre Dame should look to play week 0 games because of the benefits of having the second bye week.
I mean, it just depends on your schedule.
I mean,
I'd be okay. I mean, I'd be fine with that. I think there's two benefits. Go ahead, Trev. You had an opinion. You go first.
I'm going to say I think I'm impartial with this one because last year Notre Dame did play a week 0 game and their bye week schedule was awful, and this week they didn't, and I think their bye week schedule is fantastic. So I think it's more dictated by like where your bye weeks fall than it is having a week 0 game. So
yeah,
I'm going to sell it based on that premise. What about you, Brian?
They have to be smarter with the buys. Last year, they had 2 late buys. They played 8 games before they had a bye. I think the way they have their buys scheduled, slated this year is about as perfect as it can be.
Yeah.
You have 5 games, bye, 3 games, bye, 4 games. I could say, okay, 5, 4, and 3, or 4, 4, and 4. I don't love early buys. I don't necessarily love a week, 4 games and a bye. I think playing 5 games and then a bye, and then 3 or 4 games and a bye, if they could somehow manage that, then I'd be totally okay with this. Totally okay with this. Some years that means just scheduling it that way. Other years that's maybe convincing a team to move the game you have with them in weeks 5 or 8 into week 0, perhaps. But I buy the premise of what you're trying to say. I think the other part of it too is not even just because of the benefits of the buy per se. It's also about, in this era of you now have to play 16 games, trying to avoid that point of exhaustion that maybe you get to in other years would be beneficial. You also get a little bit of an earlier start on fall camp, which means the summers are shorter, which means less time for your players to be home. One more week of, hey, let's get them sooner. One more week of camp before school starts. Yeah, I'll buy it, actually. The more I think about it, I'll buy it. But you just got to be smart about the buy. Because to your point, Trevor, if you get a second buy and your schedule looks like last year's schedule, that's not beneficial. I mean, that's not beneficial at all, because by the time you got to the first buy, you were pretty much gassed.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In theory, I like it. You just got to be smart about where you schedule your buys.
Sure. Buy, sell, hold again from Greg Nielsen. One of the most significant evolutions in Coach Golden from year 1 to now has been his ability to modify his scheme and approach in ways that allow younger players to get on the field and thrive.
I'll buy that. Because in the first year, the only really young guys we saw a lot of was basically Benjamin Morrison and Jaden Mickey, right?
Yeah.
And you saw Jalen Steed didn't play his first game till like Navy, and then he still took a red shirt. A lot of those guys didn't play in year 1. It was just, and that was more Mike Mickens than it was Al Golden.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. I just think getting used to coaching college kids too. It's not even just about altering a scheme. It's sometimes it's just about adjusting your how you coach it.
Sure.
Like, hey, I still want to run all this stuff, but I just want to coach it. But no, I think they've definitely altered it to where there's certain things he's not doing that he was trying to do in year 1 because he has younger players. But we even saw that last year with JD and Jack and Marist having issue. Those things they didn't do as much of, even with the veterans, because I think he understood. I got college kids, not pros.
Yeah.
And he's done a good job adjusting that. But it's still there's still a lot there. Trust me. There's still a lot there. I heard Brent Key say something before last week's game, and he's talking about, they really don't do a lot on defense. And I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying, but you're making it seem like they just line up and play ball. And that's not accurate either. So it was pretty interesting. But I wonder how he feels about that defense and the little things that they do. Not a lot of what they do now after he had to face it.
Not a lot of points were scored on one side of the ball. So
nope.
Buy, sell, hold from Kish Squared. At its current level of play, Notre Dame would be competitive against everyone in the current AP top 5 on a neutral field.
Competitive, yes. Win, no. Like, there's no great teams. And we look, I said it the other, I was wrong about my Texas-Georgia pick. I thought Texas was going to win, and I thought there's a chance they could win convincingly. But the question we had is I just don't know how good Texas is because they haven't played anybody. And they finally played somebody, and they got punked a little bit, if we're being honest about it. I mean, they tried to come back and all that, but they got punched in the mouth, and they didn't handle it very well. Yes, Georgia looked great last week, but we're just not going to ignore what Georgia looked like the month before. Every team is flawed. Notre Dame's not the only flawed team. Could they beat those teams? They could, but they could also get beat by them, all of them. You know what I mean? Could they beat Oregon? Sure. Could Oregon beat them? Absolutely. And you could say that about every top 5 team. So yeah, I think because there is no 19 LSU, there's no 18 Clemson, there's no 20 Bama, there's no 21 Georgia. You know, there aren't those teams this year, in my opinion. And even where they currently are now with the injuries and all that kinds of, they can't afford any more injuries. But yeah, they could. They could. I don't know that I'd predict them to win all 5 of those or even more than 2, but they'd be competitive. Certainly be competitive.
Yeah, I would absolutely buy competitive. I mean, Notre Dame under Marcus Freeman's tenure has been competitive under multiple top 5 opponents, not on neutral fields.
That's a good point.
So competitive, absolutely. But like a win, especially to your point, factoring in all the injuries, and it will be very reliant on offensive line play and Riley Leonard play. Win, I don't know. But
there was some Georgia clown on Twitter the other day that was like, me and another guy were talking about how Kirby Smart and his graduation rate and all that kind of thing. He was like, he's one of those idiots that like doesn't care about players outside of what they do on the field. And you're just jealous because your team couldn't come anywhere close to Georgia. And I'm like, you do know they've played each other like twice in the last 6 or 7 years, right? You know that the combined margin of those games was like 7 points. Like, some people are just dumb. It just this made me think of this. We've seen it, to your point though, in the regular season. Notre Dame was very competitive with Ohio State. They were very competitive against Georgia. Where they have not been competitive is when they have a month to prepare and that other team picks holes in them and the Notre Dame staff isn't as good, doing it in reverse. And that's obviously the previous staff. We don't know how this staff will be with a month. I think this staff would be better because I was thinking about, you give Al Golden a month to prepare a defense to play somebody. It might be pretty fun, man. But, we'll see. But, yeah, they could be competitive against them. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Kish squared again, buy, sell, hold. The ACC won't have a team in the Final Four of the playoffs. The champion will lose its first game after the bye.
I'm going to sell that and potentially hold it. Look, Miami is a flawed team, but they also showed me something this past week going on the road and beating Louisville on the road. That's a heck of a win. That was a very good win. Clemson's a much improved team. How improved are they? I don't know. Let me know when they play somebody that's any decent. You know what I mean? Like, we'll find out. But I need to know who they play. I mean, there's some SEC and Big Ten teams that could get that 6 seed. And I'm like, yeah, I like Clemson and Miami in that matchup against Penn State. Yeah, they got a shot in that game. Against Indiana. Yeah, they got a shot in that game. Against, LSU. Yeah, they got a shot in that game. So no, I don't think it's a get. Could that come true? Of course, it depends on what. I mean, if their matchup is Notre Dame, I'd like that matchup for Notre Dame. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean Notre Dame's going to go in there and dominate either one of those 2 teams. They can lose to both of them as well. The level of parity in college football this year is such that I think people are putting way too much into how quote unquote good the ACC or the Big Ten and the SEC is. And I'm like, y'all do know we did have some non-conference results. Like North Carolina had a pretty big win on the road against Minnesota, and then North Carolina didn't start looking bad until they really got into conference play. You know what I mean? And then obviously James Madison whooped them, but they'd already started conference play at that point in time. I mean, there's some pretty good wins from the ACC against. I mean, Miami went on the road and smacked Florida. Well, how'd Tennessee look against Florida? I mean, Florida's been a pretty competitive football team in the SEC. So, look. The best team does the ACC have the depth of those leagues? Absolutely not. Is Miami and Clemson playing at a level right now that I'd say they could beat a lot of teams that are in the 6th seed? Yeah, they got to have a shot, no question. And again, we have to allow the evidence to change our views. I wasn't high on Miami, and I'm still not in love with them. But you also can't dismiss that they went on the road and beat Louisville in a game where they basically led. That was close the entire game, but they led the entire game, basically. It was tied, they led. Notre Dame's win was a little bit more convincing from a game control type of thing, but they battled, man. They battled. You got to give them credit for that. That's a game that Miami doesn't win in the past.
Yeah, I agree with that. Miami's just such a weird team for me. The way that I look at them is they're an offense that can score on anybody, and they have a defense that will get scored on by anybody. So I understand the premise of the question, but it'll be my first hold in a while, but I'm going to hold on it just because I have no idea who's going to get what seed and who's going to do what. I mean, I am higher on Miami than I am on Clemson because Clemson has played one ranked team and they lost by 31 points. So, that's where I'm at.
Now, the one good thing is this year, Clemson can't have a bye. Miami can't have a home game in the first round. There's other years where it's a chance they may be in the Orange Bowl. But the Orange Bowl this year is a semifinal game, so it won't happen.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was just looking at. I was like, I wonder.
Buy, sell, hold from Steve Rolfe. This is the game Josh Burnham ramps up his growth and is a starter until he leaves. This leads him to being the team sack leader for the second half of the season.
Yeah, I can buy the first part, certainly. I'm going to sell the second part because that's not Josh Burnham's game. Like, rushing the quarterback has not been something that's necessarily been his game. He's a really good run defender, and he'll have the occasional good pass rush, but he has not shown himself to have like Bubakar's ability to rush the quarterback, right? Or feel or even the explosiveness that Bubakar showed. So I'm going to buy the first part, sell the second part.
I agree. Buy, sell, hold. ND Tommy, I don't know how the Navy defense is going to stop the Irish offense. They will not be able to stop big plays. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have multiple 20-plus yard offensive plays.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Navy won't be able to stop Notre Dame, so I'm not speaking to the first part of that. Notre Dame still has to prove to me that they can be a 4-quarter game, but has Notre Dame had a game yet where they haven't had multiple 20-yard plays?
No.
I even think against Northern Illinois, which was by far their worst offensive game of the year, they still had multiple plays of 26 yards or more. I believe they had a 20-yard pass game. And I know for a fact they had the 30-yard touchdown run by Jeremiah Love. He had a 34-yard touchdown run. I'm looking at this box sheet. So maybe they didn't have a second 20-yard gain. So that's the only game because their longest pass play was 19 yards. I remember that play from Chris Mitchell late, and I thought it was 20, but it was 19. And I don't know that Jeremiah Jeremiah did have another longer gain in that. Remember, he had a long play up the sideline, or did that get called back by a penalty? Remember which one I'm talking about? He had a really long gain up the left sideline that went for a good chunk. Did that get called back?
Holding.
20. Yeah. Okay. So they had to hold. So he had 2, but only one of them counted. So, but every other game they've had at least multiples. I mean, they had 2 20-plus yard touchdowns against Texas A&M. They had the 46-yarder from Jadarian and then the 21-yarder from Jeremiah. So, I mean, Notre Dame could score 17 points and they'll still have multiple plays of 20 yards. And that's the one thing they've done well. It's the efficiency may not be there. But, yeah, they'll have big plays.
Yeah, I'm buying the second part. Buy, sell, hold. ND Tommy, the Notre Dame front 7 on defense will eventually stop the Navy's hybrid wing T offense and be the difference in this game.
If they're going to win, that's a buy. Yeah, Notre Dame's defensive line is going to be the difference in this game. A difference in this game. I still know which way it's going to go. But, what I mean? But, yeah, I'll buy that.
They will be a game wrecker.
Yeah. Just don't know which team exactly.
Buy, sell, hold from Older Than Dirt. Marcus Freeman's new salty persona will remain all season, and as long as he leaves it on campus, his wife, Joanna, will encourage him to stick with it.
Yeah, I don't really feel comfortable talking about conversation with him and his wife or bringing his wife into it at all. But he's being funny. This isn't new. This is kind of how he was last year, too. When Marcus Freeman's team isn't doing well and he gets criticized, he gets a little salty. I don't know if it's because he's salty because of that or if he's salty because of how his team played, which led to criticism, and he may not care about the criticism, but he's mad about how the team played, which is going to happen at the same time that the criticism comes because, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it's because of that, and once it's there, it's kind of who he is. I've said this before. I just think Marcus Freeman is better when he's pissed.
Yeah.
I just think he needs to understand, look, man, I know, don't be Brian Kelly. Don't be Brian Kelly. Don't do this business approach. No, you're an emotional guy. College football is meant to be an emotional sport. Being sound and disciplined and all that doesn't mean you can't have emotion. Go ask every player that ever played for Lou Holtz. They were disciplined. They were well coached, all that, but they still had emotion and play with fire. And we talked all offseason about pissed off Marcus Freeman looked the last 3 games of the year last year. You know what I mean? Against Wake and Stanford and Oregon State. So I just think pissed off Marcus Freeman. But again, Marcus Freeman being pissed on the football field doesn't mean he's going home and being pissed with his children or with his wife. I mean, I'll have shows where I'm upset about something, or I'll have a meeting with some business person and I'm not happy, but I don't go upstairs and start yelling at my wife or being pissy to my wife. I mean, Marcus Freeman's an adult. He's an intelligent human being. Right. He's going to leave his football here. Now, he may go home and vent to his wife, as husbands do to their spouses, but it's not going to be mad at her because he's mad about something I wrote about him. You know what I mean? Like that's not who he is. I do think he's being sarcastic with that comment, but no, I mean, I think this is who Coach Freeman is when he's at his best, is when he's a little pissed off. He just needs to find ways to, like one of my favorite movies, Avengers, right? Dr. Banner, now'd be a good time to get angry. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry. And he's always, you know what I mean? Like, okay, like I need you to, Coach Freeman, now'd be a time to get pissed off. That's my secret, Drisk. I'm always pissed off. And then be able to use that to kind of get his team to play with a chip on their shoulder. This Notre Dame team plays with a chip on their shoulder. So he needs to kind of walk into every camp and say, hey, guys, we're 0-1. We've already lost. Let's play like it. And then, okay, cool. Let's go do that. He's better when he's pissed off, and this team is better when they feel disrespected. They got to be able to channel that before, like, don't catch an L first before you get to that point. Don't go lose to some bad team to get to that point. Just start that way. That'd be nice.
ISO hold from Older Than Dirt. Having Mike Denbrock around next to Al Golden further reinforces that salty personality for a football coach.
I'm going to sell Al Golden being part of that because I think Al Golden is one of the most stoic, like we are at practice. We've said this to people before. The calm Marcus Freeman you see at press conferences and it is not the Marcus Freeman we see at practice. We see a far more intense Marcus Freeman at practice because that's who he is in a football setting. He is the calm guy when he's having those type of things. He is an intellectual guy. He's a smart guy, but like just because you're there doesn't mean you're over this way. Al Golden is kind of that. I've rarely seen Al Golden yell at someone. Rarely. Now he'll talk loud but I've rarely seen him get on somebody, like aggressively get on somebody. He is a smart, like intellectual, like he looks at the game much more intellectually now, which is funny. Because when he was at Miami and Temple, not that way. I think the NFL changed him. I think failing at Miami and being in the NFL and then being at Notre Dame with the kind of kids he's coaching Notre Dame and not having that same pressure of being the head coach has really changed Al Golden for the better. He's a really smart guy. And now Mike Denbrock, yes, because Mike Denbrock's a little salty as well. So I think him and Coach Freeman hopefully are kind of, with each other, kind of pushing each other in that regard. But Denbrock, sure. Al Golden, no. Because Denbrock's very similar in that regard. Mike Denbrock plays better coaches better when he's pissed off, in my opinion.
Maybe it's just one of those scenarios where Marcus Freeman has kind of like the angel and the devil on his shoulder, and it's just Mike Denbrock is telling him to go nuts and freak out, and Al Golden's like, we can be chill, you know?
Yeah. Listen to Denbrock in that case. I'm going to tell Mike Denbrock that you said he's the devil.
Thanks.
Okay. It's all right. This thing's getting back at me because I said that.
The devil in terms of he schemes up just a mad, evil offensive scheme.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. Evil genius. Okay, sure.
Thank you. Buy, sell, hold from Elmer Layden. An 11-1 Notre Dame team is left out of the playoffs while the SEC puts a 2-loss team in the playoffs.
Sell.
Yeah.
Just sell.
Buy, sell, hold from Elmer Layden. If an 11-1 Notre Dame team is left out of the playoffs, would a bowl win at 12-1 be considered successful?
Yeah, I mean, it's successful from the standpoint of this team got better. Look, if Notre Dame goes 12-1, I'm still upset about the Northern Illinois game because that would have kept you out of the playoff, right? If we accept the premise, there's no excuse for that, right? But a 12-1 season is still with wins over A&M on the road and USC on the road and Louisville and Navy and Army when they're good is still a successful season. Is it a success from the big picture macro level of winning championships as the standard Notre Dame? No. but 12-1 is still a big step in the right direction.
Yeah.
You would have had to run 12 wins in a row, which more than doubles his previous longest winning streak. That's a successful season from the standpoint of, are you working towards the ultimate goal? Is it successful from, did you achieve the ultimate goal? No. It's championship or bust when it comes to the ultimate goal of the ultimate standard at Notre Dame. When you're looking big picture of, okay, you got to work there. Is it successful? Yes, it'd be successful. So, yeah, it would be a buy in that regard, Trevor.
I think regardless of what Notre Dame does, like playoffs or not, I mean, we have our opinions and we've stated it ad nauseum about what we think Notre Dame is going to do in the postseason if they do go 11-1 and run the table. But if you just go and look at that, just the adversity that this team has had to battle, you know, and just through all of the injuries and what had happened, and you have, you know, some players leaving the program, and you know, for them to go 12-1 in any setting is considered a win. Absolutely, that's considered successful from the macro view of the program. Season to season, no, because every year Notre Dame is expected to be competing for a national championship.
Right.
But no, 12 straight wins would be crazy. Buy, sell, hold from Joe Allen 72. Beating Navy and Army will only get reactions if they are just service academies, but losing to either one will get the reaction that Notre Dame doesn't deserve to be in the playoff talks, even though both teams are ranked.
If Notre Dame loses to Army and Navy and they're legit top 25 football teams, Notre Dame still doesn't deserve to be in the college football playoff.
Right.
Because they won't have enough. Now you're hanging your entire resume off of beating A&M in week 1. And you're hoping that can now overcome 2 losses. No. So I'm selling that. Now, will beating Army and Navy, the first part I get, you're not going to get a hype. You're not going to get, like, if Notre Dame goes out and pounds Navy, the entire narrative from ESPN and the talking heads will be, well, it's a service academy. They're not that good. They're a group of 5, all that stuff. Just like I told you guys, if A&M goes on a streak, it'll be, well, A&M's a different team now. I told you guys this. I know how to read these people. It's so and it's not because I'm smart. It's just they're so predictable and shallow. So, yes, they will discount Notre Dame beating those teams. Now, I don't think the committee will if those teams win out. If Army and Navy lose to Notre Dame and win out, that I believe they will both, at least one of them will still be in the top 25 when it's all said and done, if not both of them. But certainly Navy, because they'll still have that Memphis win, in my opinion. But if they lose, they rightfully deserve to be considered a team that doesn't deserve to be in the playoff. You lose to Northern Illinois and one of the service academies, I don't care if they are top 25 teams. You don't deserve to be in the playoff. You're not a playoff team. So I'm okay with that. So I'll buy that part of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, it's just one of those conversations where there's like 7 teams that Notre Dame could beat in all of the FBS where they will get respect from the national media if they beat them. Now, it's different from an analytical perspective, like what Bryan and I will go and break down and we discuss about how good of a team Navy is. But it's one of those wins that still, I will say, beating Navy doesn't propel you to the national championship game, but losing to Navy will keep you out of it.
Yep.
You know, that's the nature of the beast, right? Like that's part of the fine print of being a Notre Dame fan, right? Is unless you go out and you beat Alabama or you go out and beat Georgia or you beat Ohio State or, you know, it's every win is just kind of, yeah, but you're Notre Dame. You're supposed to, you know, that's just kind of the narrative. It's frustrating sometimes because I do think that there are some victories that Notre Dame has over good football teams that get overlooked. Like, for example, the Texas A&M game this year, right? But I hear where you're coming from, but the way that I look at it is, you know, beating Army and Navy isn't going to then give you the 5th seed in the playoffs, but losing to Army and Navy will prevent you from getting the 12th. That is for sure.
I kind of embrace that, to be honest with you, Trevor. I think more Notre Dame fans need to be we need to stop being so in our feelings about how ESPN treats us as Notre Dame and start embracing it, right? Like, if they're going to, I've always said this. I won't use the political example. Yeah, I'll use a political example. You take the party that you're a part of, Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever. And it's like, you'll see these politicians on both sides, especially on one particular side, where they'll kind of always like, well, I want to do this thing because I want to be accepted. Well, you're never going to be accepted. So you might as well just be what they, just do what you do, because they're going to call you this anyway. If you're Notre Dame, they're going to call you, they're going to criticize you for not being in a conference no matter what well, they're 12-0, but they didn't have to play in a conference championship game. I know that they beat 3 of the 4 Power 5 champions, but only 2 of them were at home or on the road. Only 2 of them were at home. Only 1 of them was on the road. They're always going to have something negative to say about Notre Dame. Embrace it. Own it. Laugh at it. Don't get mad about it. You know what I mean? Like, just clown them, mock them, do that kind of stuff, right? Don't get in our feelings about it, because it's silly, and the committee has never looked at it that way. The committee has never adopted the ESPN talking points about teams. Remember, I'll use BYU as an example. Remember when ESPN was like on that 2020 BYU hype train? And they're going to be a play. Where are they going to be? They're going to be 5. They're going to be 6. They're going to be in. They weren't even in the top 10. And the committee was like, they haven't beat anybody. Like, they haven't played anybody, right? So it's like, stop allowing. We all recognize that it's all for show. It's all shallow. It's all about money. It's all because Notre Dame's not. If Notre Dame joined the SEC tomorrow, there'd be no bigger cheerleader for Notre Dame than ESPN. It's what it's all about, guys and gals. So, like, let's stop allowing them to control our emotions. Let's clown them, make fun of them. You know what I mean? Like, ignore it. Enjoy the wins more, because it's kind of like knowing that I got so much joy knowing how all the SEC network people were just agonizing as Notre Dame was putting that A&M game away. I enjoyed it. And now I told you guys how they were going to spin it, but I'm not upset about that. I think it's hilarious because it makes them look stupid, right? And so they're preaching to their audience of people that are. It's like this: you could watch a political debate, and you go read the people on the right, and they think Donald Trump dominated the debate, and then you go read the people on the left, they think Kamala dominated the debate, and you're just like, no one's giving you honest analysis anyway. So how do you feel about it? You know what I mean? And so it's just like, so don't give them that power over you to affect you that way. Laugh at them, because they deserve to be laughed at with some of the stuff that they say. You know what I mean? It's all entertainment. It's not even real analysis anymore. You want real analysis? Come here. There's some other people that give it there, and most of them have been chased out of those networks anyway, because there's no place for real analysis there, right? But I laugh at it. I enjoy it. Now, sometimes I get annoyed by it, and that's on me. I shouldn't allow that to happen, right? I need to take my own advice, but don't let them give you that satisfaction of we beat Navy and they're not giving us any credit. So what? Did you enjoy watching Notre Dame dominate? I did. You know what I mean? So who cares what those clowns at ESPN think about things? They think a lot of dumb things, right? And it's kind of like, if they're agreeing with you, that should make you nervous. If they start saying, like, if they start praising Notre Dame, it's almost, okay, hold on a second. What are they setting Notre Dame up for? There's got to be something here that's making them say, that's kind of how I am, man. Like, I think it's hilarious. Just keep clowning them, keep laughing at them, because they're killing themselves. They're killing their credibility, because eventually you're going to run out of low information and low into like people. They're just, you know what I mean? And enough people that have sense are just like, all right, I'm not listening. I'm going to watch the games, but I'm not listening to this other crap. I'm just not going to do it.
Sure.
That's the other thing. Stop watching. If you don't want it to be that way, stop watching anything outside of games. Just stop watching. So anyway, that's my rant. I knew I was going to try to avoid any rants today, and I was not successful, Trevor.
I'm here for it. I love a good Brian Driscoll rant.
You're just saying that because you're just saying that. I almost got through this whole show with this thing not acting funky, and then almost.
Buy, sell, hold from Fields of Gold. At least one of the service academies will be ranked in the top 25 heading into the Army versus Navy game.
Buy. I think you could see both of them. Yeah.
Buy.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Navy will have 3 possessions lasting 8 minutes or more.
Sell. I don't think they'll have 8. I don't think they'll have 3 that go 8. No, that's almost half a game. No.
I was about to say, I don't think 24 minutes of time of possession is going to be between 3 possessions. I'd sell. Buy, sell, hold from Fields of Gold. Georgia will lose another regular season game this year.
Buy. Yes, buy. Definite buy on that one.
Buy.
I don't know if it'll be Ole Miss. I don't know if it'll be, LSU. I don't know if it'll be in the, I think they'll lose 2 more. I think the odds of them losing 3 went way down with the win over Texas.
Yeah, they still play.
Again, yes, they look great Saturday. Is this the new Georgia? They played great in the front 7. I still think their secondary has the same problems that they have. I think their offense was not very good in that game. Carson Beck was not very good in that game. And so they still have holes. They definitely still have some holes there.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold from Tatted Up Irishman. The winner of the Army versus Navy game will be in the playoff, even if both have a loss to Notre Dame.
Sell.
Yeah, I think with a loss. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Trev.
I was going to say it's possible, but if both lose to Notre Dame, and then you start comparing like resumes to Boise State being like the other group of
right, because who does I'll say this: if you're a Service Academy fan, root for UNLV to beat Boise this weekend.
Yeah,
because that's the only chance you have, in my opinion, of being up there for sure.
With a loss to Notre Dame,
yeah. And then hope that Notre Dame just runs the table and just whoops everybody else they play.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold again from Tatted Up Irishman. At the end of the regular season, Notre Dame will have wins over 3 teams ranked in the final polls.
Sell. I think it'll be 2. I think if Notre Dame runs the table, they'll have a win over a ranked Navy team, and I think they'll have a win over a ranked A&M team. I don't know if Army's going to be able to recover from losing to Notre Dame and then having one more game to play. Now, if Army goes to the AAC championship game and then they play Navy, then one of them gets knocked out. So I guess part of that depends on, do you consider the regular season to be well, it wouldn't matter because then they'd knock Navy out. So I think it'll be 2. Now, the possibility, Trevor, is Army could start, like, let's say Army's 22nd in the college football playoff rankings, the first ones to come out, right? And so the first one comes out. Let's find Army's schedule. So the first one comes out, and Army is currently 7-0. They are off this weekend, and then they play Air Force. So let's say they beat Air Force, and then that next week the rankings come out, and let's say they're 22nd. They beat North Texas, and then they have another bye. So in that scenario, that's 3 weeks or 2 weeks of being able to play games where they can hopefully, with a bunch of losses, jump up to like 15 or 16. And then if Notre Dame beats them, they may still stay in the end of the top 25, even if Notre Dame beats them convincingly. So part of this is going to be determined, Trevor, on how high is Navy and Army when the first polls come out.
Sure.
And I think Navy has a better chance because Navy can keep winning and not lose in that stretch to get knocked out. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at on this one.
Yeah, the only other team that I would add in there, I thought about Georgia Tech for a second because they're 5-3 and they still have an opportunity to maybe knock off Miami, and then they finish the season at Georgia. So, maybe
if they finish 9-3, Trev, they will be ranked. But I mean, Louisville will also be ranked if they finish 9-3. I just don't think those teams will finish 9-3.
Right.
That's where I'm coming from. Like, if Georgia Tech goes 9-3. They will not be ranked the first time the thing comes out, right? So they're 5-3 right now. Let's say they beat Virginia Tech on the road this weekend. Okay. Still not going to be ranked. Sure. They have a bye. So then the playoff ranking comes out after that first week. They're unranked. They beat Miami at home. That may jump them into the top 25. It may not. It could be a thing where because of that win over Miami, they push Georgia Tech up to push Notre Dame up, because they have done that in the past where they don't fudge, in my opinion, the playoff rankings. I think they try to be true to that, but they will fudge the bottom of the top 25 to give some wins to teams that they want to boost up. Let's be honest. They do that. Okay. So they could do that after that Miami win, but also what that does is that also boosts Georgia's resume. If Georgia has a second loss, they may push Georgia Tech up after beating Miami in hopes of setting up Georgia to have a late top 25 win as well. So I could see that. And then if Georgia Tech upsets Georgia, even if they're not ranked, they absolutely at 9-3 jump into the top 25.
Yeah.
With 2 wins over top 10 teams, and then their losses are to a good Notre Dame team, a good Louisville team, and a good Syracuse team. I mean, Syracuse is quietly like 5-1, 6-1 right now. Like, they're quietly good right now. And I still can't believe they lost to Stanford. Like, they'd be ranked right now if it wasn't for choking that game away.
I agree. In comparing the two schedules, I think Louisville has a better chance to run the table just based on like matchups of their bigger games, because I think Louisville could match up well against Clemson. We haven't really seen Clemson in a game where they kind of have to be in a shootout. They've just kind of been able to physically dominate the lesser teams that they've played. And I mean, the Pittsburgh game at the end of the year for Louisville, right now, Pitt's ranked 19th. That's a home game for Louisville.
At Kentucky.
And then their losses would be to a good Notre Dame team, a good SMU team. Depending on what Georgia Tech does, Louisville has a 31-19 victory over them. So it will get interesting at the end of the year. I think there could be a push for 3 teams, depending on what happens with the service academies, what happens with Louisville, what happens with Georgia Tech. But
it's a lot that has to go right to get
agreed. Agreed. Buy, sell, hold from Tatted Up Irishman. He had one more. When healthy, Faison will be a factor in the wide receiver room.
Buy. Well, as long as they start actually game planning for him to get touches, yes, buy.
Yep.
Buy.
Buy, sell, hold from CJM1. With Gerby Lambert playing right tackle exclusively in high school and up to this point at Notre Dame, he is just not comfortable playing left-handed. Thus, he is not playing over Knapp at left tackle.
Can't get comfortable with something you don't do. So, I mean, I buy it because that's the reality. I don't buy that it has to be the reality. I don't buy that he can, I don't buy that they gave him 2 weeks over there playing left tackle and he just wasn't comfortable. So they moved him back. They haven't tried him there from what I'm told. They haven't even tried him there.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, Trevor, first time I made you publish a story or were you comfortable using Tempest to get your story ready? Not really.
No.
I mean, it's new to you. Are you comfortable with it now?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm calling you, praising you for the job you did, getting everything done the right way, and I have little editing I have to do. You don't do something. Most people don't just pick something up and, I know it's like that way in movies, right? Like, first time I picked up a ball, I shot it from half court and I swished it. How old were you? I was 4. I mean, like, no, you have to learn those things. So, yeah, you move him over there and give him work, he'll get comfortable. And that was my issue. And that's why I don't think they're going to do anything now, because it's too late to move him over there now.
Sure.
You should have done that earlier in the season and got him some work over there and let him get comfortable over there. And if he's not comfortable, then you move him back to right tackle. It's a backup anyway. If he gets comfortable, then you've got maybe have something. So I just think that was a mistake. So, yeah. Some guys can't play left or right, Trevor, but most can. Most guys can switch from right-handed to left-handed and pick it up.
Well, and to your point, the people that find out that they can or can't get given the opportunity to find out if they can or can't. It's not just it probably can't, right? So let's just not move them over there. So
right. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Not your questions, your submissions, not CJM. I'm more referring to the Notre Dame staff.
The management of Gerby Lambert was annoying. I agree with you. Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. Vandy continues their role as captains of the chaos. The Fighting Clark Lees beat Texas.
I mean, I don't want to bet against D-Troll Hunter, and he's been right on Vandy so much, but I just don't see that. I don't see that. No, I'm selling that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind looking stupid on that, to be honest with you, but I just don't see it.
The analyst in me says no. The heart in me says yes, because the last time D-Troll Hunter said Vandy's going to upset Bama, I was like, there's no way. And then I was wrong. So, You know what? D-Troll, you might be onto something. Buy, sell, hold from ND Blitz, Indiana, Oregon, and Penn State will all end up undefeated and put the Big Ten into controversy regarding who plays in the Big Ten title game.
Sell. I think one of those two teams is going to – I don't see Ohio State having 3 losses at the end of the regular season. And the only way all 3 of these teams end up undefeated is if they all beat Ohio State.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the meltdown that would happen rightfully in Columbus, Ohio, if Ryan Day lost to Indiana, Oregon, and Penn State? Because here's the thing. Don't they play Indiana at home?
Yeah, they play Indiana at home, and then they play Penn State.
They play at Penn State. I knew
Happy
that.
Valley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Ohio State, the week before the game, got beat at home by Indiana? I've never been so wanting a sell to be a buy in my life than this one. It may not be good for Notre Dame. It'd be worth it.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is still in at 11-1. Okay. They just may be an 8 seed instead. I would so love watching Ohio State just piss down their leg to the end of the season. I would so enjoy that. This is not going to happen.
No.
It's not going to happen. They're not going to lose all 3 of those teams.
It won't happen, but I might drive to Columbus, Ohio.
Yes. Oh, we're road tripping.
Yeah.
We're going to watch that place. Yes. I'm not going to say it, but yes, we're going to have fun.
Yeah. I'll snag you an IU polo. Bloomington's not far from me, man.
Yep.
I'll scoop one up for both of us, and we'll drive to Columbus, and we'll see what happens.
Yes. Yes. I'll tell you after the show what we'll have packed in the trunk of the car.
You got it. You got it.
I'll just say this. There's reciprocity in Ohio. Okay. We'll just leave it at that, and we'll go.
Buy, sell, hold from AFMOS. Here we go. Having Navy and sometimes a second triple option team scheduled each year actually helps level up Notre Dame's run defense, as preparing in the fall and during game week year after year for a run game that utilizes every trick in the book to create lanes and break defensive discipline assists when facing other opponents' run games. Defenders are often on an island in their lanes against the option and have a heightened sense of responsibility to make every single one of their tackles, which also carries over.
You know, Trevor, 3-4 years ago, I'd have been like, no, it's just so different. The triple is so different. But because you can't do as much cutting now, I think it's made it, they've had to adjust the blocking schemes to where, and you're seeing so many more teams do more funky backfield stuff with the reads that there's actually a lot of merit to this. I would have completely dismissed this out of hand 5 years ago. And everything he said in there was true 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like nothing has changed in there. It's just that the nature of the way the blocking in the triple has changed for Navy and everyone, and the fact that Navy is now more of a balanced team than they were, I think there's a lot more carryover with what they do and say like what a Georgia Tech does or what a Stanford does or what other teams do that like to run the ball out of some of the spread sets that they do now. Yes, I'd say there's a lot more carryover than I would have given that credit for several years ago. So I'm actually to a degree, I'm going to buy that. Just again, schematically, it's a little different, but the discipline, the backside, the reverses, the backfield action, the this is your man on defense and that type of stuff is there's a lot more carryover than I think would have been there. Yeah.
I'm going to buy it as well. I think with all the pre-snap motion and things that the triple option just has naturally and kind of that wing T kind of option now that Navy's running with mixes of shotgun in there, I think it helps kind of prepare you for teams that are like RPO heavy and teams that have kind of a longer mesh, not just like this quick little play action motion that some other teams have. So yeah, I mean, in some aspects, I absolutely agree. I'll buy that.
Dig it. You got to say with the accent, Trevor. Got to say with the accent.
You got it. Buy, sell, hold from Brian Kelly's family. Navy's undefeated record is the result of a weak schedule rather than being a great team.
Are they? They're not. No one's ever said they're a great team. I mean, look, their schedule's weak, but like there's someone that keeps jumping in the show every day this week and just says, this is all he says. Navy hasn't played anyone. Well, that's false. Memphis is a good football team, guys. It's a good football team. They beat them convincingly. That's a really good win. Outside of that, has beat anybody? No, they haven't beat anybody outside of that. Army hasn't beat anyone. No one. Literally, Army has 7 wins. Not one of them are over a team that has a plus 500 record. I don't even know if any of them have a 500 record.
Ooh.
But Navy has a win over a 6-1 Memphis team. If Navy doesn't beat Memphis, Memphis is right now the highest ranked group of 5 team in the country right now. They're higher than, because Boise's it right now, correct? They're higher than Boise if they're undefeated right now.
Yeah,
there's no question.
17th.
They would absolutely be a top 15 team right now as far as projecting the college football playoffs. They'd have a win at Florida State. So and then the other thing too is when I look at Memphis, the other thing I wonder is, how much of a hangover did they have from the Navy game in their next couple games where they didn't look overly impressive. You know what I mean? So they beat a good Memphis team. But let's not also forget something here real quick, folks, when we're talking about Navy, is Navy played all these same teams last year and couldn't beat them all. I mean, they lost to Memphis last year. They lost to South Florida last year. They lost to Air Force last year. They lost to Temple last year. So that's what? Memphis, Air Force, Temple. That's 3 teams that they beat this year convincingly that beat them last year. So their record is built on them being a much, much improved football team. Much improved football team. And you can say, well, they haven't played anybody good outside of Memphis, or you may not even respect Memphis because you're in one of those Power 4s, all that matters people. That's fine. But these are the same teams they played last year that they lost or had close wins over, and they're destroying them. That doesn't happen unless you're a good football team. So I'm going to sell that. Now, do I think they're a great team? No. I've said this, I don't think there's a great team in college football right now. No one's great. There's a lot of people that are really good. Navy's really good. They're a top 25. They deserve to be a top 25 team right now. No problem with their ranking. We'll see how they perform against Notre Dame, but they should lose to Notre Dame. And if Notre Dame beats them by 30, it doesn't mean that Navy's still not a good football team, because guess who else is a really good football team? Notre Dame. Notre Dame is one bad weekend away from being a top 5 team.
100%. Yeah, I look at Navy kind of similarly to how I look at IU in the same light that all of these opponents that Navy is handling this year, they lost to last year. It's the same thing with IU. Last year's IU team isn't beating Nebraska. Last year's IU team isn't beating UCLA in the Rose Bowl. But nobody's also staking the claim that Navy is going to go into Columbus and beat Ohio State either. Like it's. Right. You can say one thing and not the other be true. You can say that Navy is a good quality football team that if you don't prep for can beat you.
Yeah, or don't play well against. Right.
Right. Absolutely. So
Trevor, to your point, let me just put some data behind this, okay? So last year, Indiana lost to Maryland 44-17. This year they beat Maryland 42-28.
Yeah.
Right. So right now, that's the only team that I can see that they played last year. But again, last year they lost to Rutgers by 17, lost to Michigan by 45, lost to Maryland by 27, lost by a touchdown to Louisville, lost to Ohio State by 20, lost to Michigan State at home by 3, lost to Purdue on the road by 4. This was not a good football team last year. They were 3-9. Last year in 12 games, Indiana scored 266 points. This year in 7 games, they've scored 341. Last year, Indiana gave up 29.9 points per game. They gave up at least 21 points in every single game they've played. This year, they've only allowed more than 14 in 2 games. So are they a great team? No. Are they a very good team and a much improved team? Yes.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have them beat Nebraska. I thought they could have beat Nebraska. I don't think the biggest diehard Indiana fan would have said, I think we're going to win 56-7. And I mean that with all my heart. You know what I mean? Like,
ain't no way. I agree. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. It's surprising Luke Talich hasn't rotated in more at safety to save some reps on Watson Schuler.
I'll buy. I mean, I'm a little surprised he hasn't played more, to be honest with you. I'm a little surprised. Yeah.
I'll buy it as well. I understand the why you don't want to take Schuler, Watts off the field, but just to save reps. I mean, I don't. So far, Rod Hurd is learning a new defense, and Luke has been in this system for a while. So I maybe seeing more of Luke Talich would have made sense, but sure. Buy, sell, hold. Walk on, carry off 78. There are 26 teams in the Power Four conferences that have one loss or less in conference play. As such, they are all mathematically are in control of their own destiny to get into the top 4 seeds. 10 of them have out-of-conference losses. At least 2 of the top 4 seeds will have at least 2 losses.
You know what? I'm actually going to buy that right now because I could see a 2-loss. I think one of the 2, either or Big 12 or ACC, will have a 2-loss champ. I'm leaning more towards the Big 12, obviously, right now, having a 2-loss champ. And I could see Georgia losing one more game, still playing in the SEC title game, and winning it. So I could see it. So I'll buy it. I'll buy it as a possibility. I'm not predicting it'll happen, but I certainly buy it as a possibility based on how kind of things are going. I think the Big Ten, it'll be very hard for a 2-loss team to play in the Big Ten title game. Like the Big Ten took the complete opposite approach of what the SEC did, where the SEC gave their top teams SEC tried to create some really good television this year. Big Ten was like, nah, we're trying to schedule our teams into the playoff. So, yeah, I think it's possible. I don't know if I'd buy it as I'm not buying it as a prediction. How about that? I'm buying it as a possibility.
I was going to say I'm selling it as an absolute because I don't. There would be some stuff that would have to happen for half of the top 4 seeds to have at least 2 losses. Buy, sell, hold from Sing Kevin. With the receivers not performing up to preseason expectations, the freshman receivers start getting playing time after the second bye week.
I'm going to sell that, but I'm not happy about it. And if you're just not going to ask your receivers to do a whole lot, then put the more talented younger players with eligibility in the game. So I buy that at least one of them should be playing more. I'm selling that they'll actually do it.
Yeah. I'm selling it in the same light that the same conversations that we've had at left tackle. You know, I'm going to sell it, but doesn't mean that I don't want it to happen. Buy, sell, hold from KMO 2111.
This is a buy one, sell one, hold one.
Ooh, okay. Okay, so buy one, sell one, hold one. Here we go. Texas A&M moves ahead of Notre Dame in the first college football playoff poll with a win at home versus LSU. One of Navy or Army will make the college football playoff, and Alabama fails to make the first 12-team college football playoff.
I am absolutely buying that Alabama fails to make the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Agree, Trev?
So they're one loss away from being completely out of the.
Yeah. I'm selling that A&M moves ahead of Notre Dame in the first college football playoff win. If you'd have said AP rankings, I might have held that one. But you said college football playoff poll with a win versus LSU. I'm selling that. I don't think the college football playoff can be, because the other thing too is from I could be wrong on this, but from what I've seen, from what people have sent me, a lot of the computer metrics and things like that I know the committee looks at some of that stuff. They have Notre Dame, I believe, a lot higher than Texas A&M. So far, I believe that's true. Will that still be true against if they have a win over LSU? Possibly, but Notre Dame's also going to have a win over a really good top 25 A&M team, Navy team. So I think that helps Notre Dame that they're not just beating up. If they were beating up on last year's Navy team, maybe, because it's like, yeah, you're not playing anybody. I mean, you've got, 2 of your last 3 wins are over bad football teams, but 3 of their last 4 wins are over teams with a winning record. That's good football. You know what I mean? So, and then the only team that you beat in that stretch that doesn't have a winning record beat a team who's currently 6-1 on the road. So, and has played a brutal schedule. I feel so bad for. I mean, they've lost to Notre Dame, Clemson, and SMU so far, and and they had to win at Syracuse. So a lot of those rankings have Notre Dame much higher than A&M. So I will sell that. I'll sell that, Trev.
I'm going to be slightly different. I'm buying Alabama for sure. I think I'm going to put a hold on the Texas A&M one because that is also reliant on Notre Dame handling business against a good Navy offense on Saturday as well. I will say that. And with Navy or Army, one of them making the college football playoff, I think it's going to come down to Navy or Boise State. And I think that just with the argument with Ashton Genty from Boise State, I think that they would err. If the records are the same and they both win their conferences, I think they put in a Boise State team.
Yeah, they would need Here's the thing I'll say, though. Here's the thing that hurts them here's the thing that hurts Navy. I don't know about Army. This is interesting. Navy would have a better resume at the end of the year, but Army has the better timing of their schedule. And here's what I mean by that, Trev. If Boise would have to lose to somebody other than UNLV. And I don't know that that's going to happen the way that they're playing right now. Like, they play UNLV Friday night. So they would lose the same weekend as Navy, which means they would likely remain higher than Navy. So Navy can keep winning. Boise keeps winning. So unless Boise State, here's the thing now, if Boise State, they would need Boise to lose to UNLV or, to lose to someone other than UNLV. They have San Diego State at home, who's not good. They have Nevada at home, who's not good, but has been competitive in a couple games. Oddly, they were very competitive against SMU, very competitive against Fresno, beat Oregon State, but then got blasted by Minnesota. They're a weird team. They got to play San Jose State, who's not good, who's actually not bad. They're 5-2. They lost by a touchdown to Colorado State, and they lost by 2 in a game to Washington State. And I don't know if you watched that game, Trevor, but that was a wild game that Washington State won at the very end. I'm just saying San Jose State's better since their coach left for Arizona. Arizona's worse since he took over. I'm just saying. But they play at San Jose State. That's a possible loss. They play at Wyoming, who is not good. They're 1-6 and not overly competitive most weeks. This is no longer Craig Bohl's team anymore. And then they also would maybe need to lose to Oregon State at home, which is possible. But Oregon State's a weird team. They look good some weeks and look like crap other weeks.
Sure.
They're a weird team. And then potentially losing in the Mountain West title game. So they would need them to lose one of those games instead of UNLV. If they both lose the same. Now, Army, on the other hand, could potentially climb high enough ahead of Boise that they don't fall down enough. It's possible, but the committee has always valued wins. And that's why I think Navy would have a better shot than Army, because they would at least have a really good win on their docket. Where Army, the best chance for Army to get a good win is going to come after they've made their selection for the college football playoff, Trev. Their best win so far is over a team who just fired their coach. That's their best. East Carolina's 3-4, Tulsa's 2-5, Rice is 2-5, Temple's I think 2-5, Florida Atlantic, last I checked, is 2-5. Yeah, they're 2-5. Temple's 2-5. That's their schedule, folks. Actually, Lehigh might be the best team they've beat. Let me go see what Lehigh's football schedule. Let me pull that up real quick. Lehigh might be the best team they've beat so far this year. No, Lehigh's 3-3. So the best record of any team they've beat this year is a 3-3 FCS team. Everybody else has a sub 500 record. And it's not going to get any better, Trevor. The rest of their schedule, They play Air Force, who has a losing record. They play UTSA, who has a losing record. The only potential good win they can get is over North Texas, who's 5-2, and lost to Memphis and lost to Texas Tech by 45. I mean, Army could end the regular season with one win over a team with a winning record. I just don't see how that vaults them into the top 25 over Navy when Navy will have a better win, other than the timing of when they would lose compared to Boise State. But I don't think that helps them against Navy, because I think then that will allow Navy to jump up, because Navy actually has Navy still has to play some common opponents, but Navy actually gets a chance to play South Florida, who could potentially be 500 if they could beat Florida Atlantic this weekend. But they get Tulane, who's pretty good this year, who's 5-2 this year. And then Tulane plays North Texas, I think Saturday. And so if Tulane beats North Texas, then that helps Navy even more, because that would give them their second best win would be better than Navy's or Army's best win. See what I'm saying? So that's why I'm selling those two teams, because to your point about Boise, I just, even a 2-loss Boise team, Mills still might get in over a 1-loss one of those teams. And that doesn't, I mean, there's a chance that Memphis gets a rematch against Navy, beats Navy in the rematch, and they're in.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the way that I look at it is it's just, I think Navy or Army, their chance to make the college football playoff is reliant on if they can beat Notre Dame. And I don't think I don't think that will happen in comparison to Boise State just winning out the rest of their schedule. Yeah. Like, I think that Boise State has a higher probability of going and running the table post their loss to Oregon than Navy or Army do beating Notre Dame.
Yeah. Now, somebody in the chat said, IGK said Boise State losing to UNLV is a much worse loss than Navy losing to Notre Dame, though. I don't disagree, but it's about positioning.
Yeah.
Boise's 16th, Navy's 24th. If they both lose, it's not going to be, well, our loss was better, so it's going to, you know what I mean? It's not going to flip it completely. If the timing was different, let's say Notre Dame beat Navy this weekend, and then they fall, and then 3 weeks from now, Boise loses to UNLV, then that would give Navy a chance to jump. Timing is a big part of this too, is what games are left on your schedule. They're going to allow you to catch Boise after if you both lose the same weekend. It just, there's a lot of things you can say. Well, they have 2 losses. Navy only has 1. Well, yeah, Navy would have 2 losses if they also had to play Oregon. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I get all that, but they just need to handle their business. I just think it's going to be tough for one of them to get in. Unless you're going to look at Boise losing. But then there's other teams that could be in the conversation as well, Trevor. So it's not just the Mountain West and the AAC.
Right.
It could also, we could end up getting down here to, Liberty could end up, creeping up because they keep winning against nobodies and they get more praise than they should. If UNLV beats Boise State, then now all of a sudden the conversation is who gets it over, is it going to be UNLV or Navy? Because then UNLV gets their big win and they improved to 7-1 the weekend that Navy loses for the first time. And then how do they, can they catch UNLV? So there's a lot that goes into this that I just think it's going to be tough for one of the service academies to get that, just because of their schedules this year, just not good. But Navy to me still has the best chance because of that win over Memphis. And they'd have a win over Memphis and a win over Tulane, which could potentially end up being better than anything Army does. So it's going to be interesting.
Buy, sell, hold from Eye on the Ball. Marcus Freeman is basically risk-averse offensively, as witnessed by the end of the Georgia Tech game. The defensive coach's offense is run.
I strongly disagree with the takes on Marcus Freeman at the end of the Georgia Tech game. You're telling me that a coach who wants to be conservative is going to do 2 fakes on special teams in the fourth quarter and then just like run the ball up the middle? I've already explained this. This is just not a good take. After the second fake field goal, I think the first play they took was a shot into the end zone
to Jaden Thomas.
The second play is they got the ball in the hands of their best player, doing what this team does best, running the football, running their best running play inside zone that a week before Jeremiah Love broke for a 39-yard touchdown run. That's not conservative. Running the ball doesn't equal conservative. Like, I don't understand why this, if you hand the ball off in the last 2 minutes, it's conservative. No, I got the ball into my hands of our best player doing what we do best, And then you get a penalty. It's 3rd and 18. Now you're just trying to pop a run like you've done before in hopes of getting in 2-down territory or in a better field goal position. I was not conservative. The conservative would not have been, let's throw a post route into the end zone on 1st down. That is just a really bad take, in my opinion. And it's a very prominent take. But they didn't just get the ball, Trevor, and just inside zone out of 13 personnel, inside zone out of 13 personnel, inside zone out of 13 personnel, and call it a day. That's not what they did. They tried to punch one into the end zone. But at the same time, I do think he's risk averse offensively. So I'm buying your statement. I just would have stopped at it offensively. You didn't need to hold as witness because that's not a good example of what you're talking about. Because a risk averse coach up 21-7 doesn't go for a fake punt in his own territory in the 4th quarter. So he'll do it there, but I do think overall he's a bit risk averse on offense. Yes. But Marcus Freeman did not say, Denbrock, call 3 straight plays right up the middle. We're running this clock out. If he did say that, then Denbrock didn't listen to him because he took a post route into the end zone on the first play.
Yeah, I think at the end of the Georgia Tech game was more of a lapse of execution than it was on Marcus Freeman, for sure. No coach goes into the shell of let's just win mode running a fake punt reverse and then a fake field goal after that.
And then a post route into the end zone on the very next play.
Yeah.
Like Georgia Tech fans are crying about Notre Dame running it up in the 4th quarter, and Notre Dame fans are like, too risk averse. They just ran the clock out in the 4th quarter. It's like, well, these things both can't be true.
Buy, sell, hold from eye on the ball. Marcus Freeman philosophy is O-line driven, 4 yards and a cloud of dust type, as demonstrated by pulling back the 4th quarter of the Georgia Tech game. Don't get me wrong, gimmick 4th down plays were nice, but in the end, offensive play calling changed greatly versus Q1 and Q3.
I buy that they're offensive line driven. I sell everything else in that statement. Like there are criticisms to be made about Marcus Freeman not creating an explosive offense without jumping to hyperbole. And I think this is hyperbole. And this is creating a narrative where one doesn't exist. There's a good place to have a discussion about this. There is. We've talked about it. There are things we can point to that say Marcus Freeman. I mean, think about our criticism of his comments before the Northern Illinois game and our comments before the Miami game. Those are all things that I would buy if we're just talking about that. But when you start bringing in the 4th quarter of Georgia Tech into the conversation, you lose me because that's not a good example. It's not a good example. And so we can here's the thing, because you think he's risk averse, everything that they do that doesn't work, or every time they hand the ball off, it's like, that there he is. It's proving it's a confirmation bias. When in reality, Notre Dame was absolutely trying to score in the 4th quarter of that game. Absolutely were trying to score in the 4th quarter of that game. They just, like you said, they didn't execute. I mean, if you block inside zone effectively, Jeremiah Love runs into the end zone for a touchdown. I mean, that's what he's done multiple times this year on that play. They didn't line up in 13 personnel with everybody in the box and run it. And again, it came after they took a shot to the end zone. So we can have the conversation about Marcus Freeman's philosophy towards offense, and I buy that. I think Trevor buys that. Pointing to the Georgia Tech game is a bad example, and you're going to lose the argument because you're using the wrong data and the wrong talking point to make your point. If you're going to win an argument, you got to make sure that the data you use and the points you make actually support your premise, right? So you've laid down a thesis, right, that of who Marcus Freeman is, and it's one that we'd be sympathetic to. But now I'm asking you to present the data for your thesis, what's support of your thesis, and you're providing bad support, which would make me then have to reject your original premise if I was a professor, right? Like, okay, I'd be sympathetic to the premise, but you did a really bad job defending your thesis, and so I'm going to give you a lower grade, right? That would be my pushback on that. That'd be my pushback.
Buy, sell, hold, eye on the ball. Again, Marcus must evolve as a head coach and allow his offensive coordinator the right to determine play schemes for full 4 quarters of the game, as he allows his defensive coordinator to do.
I think we've kind of evolved to address this. Yes, there's some merit to that, but yeah, we've talked a lot about that in the past. You're not wrong in your overall feeling. You're just taking it too far, in my opinion.
Buy, sell, hold, eye on the ball. Notre Dame's top 2 receivers are Bo Collins and Jaden Greathouse. Buy, sell, hold. The fastest way for Notre Dame to increase the potency of the passing game is to increase the number of throws to Greathouse.
So this was actually from Salty Virginia Peanuts. I did not change the name. That's my fault. Because I'll copy the next thing and then put in the new name and the new question, and I just didn't do that this time. So that's my fault. So this is from Salty. But bye. I think doing more to make Jaden Greathouse a bigger focal point of the offense is absolutely something that they could and should do to make the pass game better. I think Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, and Chris Mitchell have been woefully used in this pass game. Like, just woefully underused in this pass game. Now, Faison, you understand, because he's been injured since the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back, gets injured again the first game back. He's lost a lot of reps with Riley Leonard to get them on the same page. I understand that one to a degree. But Greathouse and Mitchell, to me, have not been used properly. And if you want to improve the pass game, yes, I do believe doing more with Jaden. And that doesn't mean don't do anything with Bo. That's fine. His role's been established. Now let's get everybody else's going as well. And Greathouse and Mitchell are my first 2s. And Greathouse would be my number 1 because I think he's just a more dynamic and more versatile weapon than Chris Mitchell. So, yes, I absolutely buy that, Salty.
Yeah, buy Greathouse. It's an and for me, right? Like, Greathouse can kind of be that receiver that helps the receiving core take a next step, because you've already established, like, Bo Collins is Riley Leonard's all reliable. Like, that is who he looks to on third down. That's who he looks to on the bulk of deep shots. So, like, that relationship has been established, right? Jaden Greathouse kind of needs to be that next guy in line. And then you kind of, all right, now you get Chris Mitchell involved and Jordan Faison when he's healthy. And then Jaden Thomas, he has been, I think Jaden Thomas is another guy that's been underused in this offense, in my opinion, as well. I think that the tight ends are being misused.
That one I understand a little bit more because of how Mitchell Evans is playing. And because Cooper Flanagan was hurt. But overall, I kind of generally agree with you. The only one about tight ends is, like, they've tried to get the tight ends involved, but when your tight end is running 3/4 speed, it's kind of harder to get him the ball.
Fair enough.
And if he's not the number 1 option, he doesn't run as hard as he does when he's the number 1 option. That hurts as well.
Fair enough.
But overall, you and I are definitely on the same page. Definitely on the same page. I don't think that. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from Riker Ferg. More fan bases will trash the fields if there's a call that goes against their team. For example, Georgia versus Texas, that will cause the refs to change their minds.
I don't agree. I know that that's the selling point, the talking point with ESPN, but, like, they do this all the time. This literally happened in Notre Dame recently, where they called a pass interference that would have been good for Notre Dame, and then they reversed it. Like, this happens all the time. But because of the moment in which it happened, and because morons and the fans at Texas started throwing bottles and stuff, like, they act like this is the first time that's happened. Didn't we watch this at, like, Ole Miss, like, multiple times, like, a year or 2 ago? Remember when they were playing Tennessee? They had to, like, basically, like, empty the student section because they were just launching bottles and batteries and stuff like that onto the field, right? Like, this happens all the time. It's being turned into a story because it took so long to happen. Why did it take so long to happen? Because the officials had to turn from having the conversation about the penalty to they're throwing crap on the field. And that's what took so long. So, and Kirby Smart getting in his feelings and trying to shift away from the fact that, he is a horrible person who pushed a kid and graduates 40% of his players to woe is us and picked on Kirby, right? Like, if the fans would have not acted like idiots, they probably would have reversed that call very quickly. Like, I highly doubt that the officials changed the call because they were throwing stuff onto the field. That's nonsense, in my opinion. They would have reversed it anyway because they made the wrong call, and they pick that up all the time. They pick flags up all the time and say, no pass interference on the penalty play. All the time. It's a common thing in college football. Because one can say, listen, I had a better view of that. He didn't do that. You know what I mean? It happens all the time. All the time. So, but will it cause more fans to do that? Probably. Sadly. Probably. Because, yeah, I don't get into that. No more rants for me today.
Buy-sell hold from Riker-Ferg. Florida State will lose all of their 1A games of the rest of the season.
Oh, God. The fact that this is even something we have to think about for a second is scary. They play at Miami this weekend. They're going to get destroyed, I think. They have North Carolina at home, at Notre Dame, and then home against Florida. That's a potential buy, dude. Like,
based on that game that I watched against Duke, for me personally, that's not even a potential buy.
That's just a buy. Oh my goodness,
I buy it. This is
wow.
I'm telling you, I watched that entire game against Duke. This is, from every possible criticism that you could have about a team, it's undisciplined. The players from top to bottom look like they do not want to be there. There's no sort of rhythm. Like it's bad down there in Tallahassee, man. I unfortunately, because I don't want this to be confused with like I'm excited that Florida State sucks. Like I don't like when good. I firmly believe that college football, the world of college football, is better when there are certain teams that are good. I do, and Florida State's kind of one of those blue bloods that, whether I like it or not, the sport is better when, like, look at how fun the playoff race was last year because Florida State was 13-0.
Yeah.
And I'm not pumped that they are. It's just the product on the field right now is
awful. Duke played not to lose that game and won. Duke did not play well against Florida State last week and still beat them.
No.
Like, that was two bad football teams. Like, that was not. That was ugly football. No, Duke's not a bad football team, but they played like one against Florida State.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another buy-sell hold from Riker-Ferg. Notre Dame's offense will have four offensive possessions against Navy.
Yeah, they'll have 4, and then they'll get 5, and then 6, and then more. So they'll have, yes. He's saying only 4, I think is what he means. That's a sell. I'm being a little sarcastic, but they'll have more than 4.
Yeah. Buy-sell hold from Jim Halloran. Notre Dame defense will give up some yards and a score early, then will settle in and hold Navy to the lowest offensive numbers of the year.
Buy that. Yeah, I definitely buy that. That's not necessarily a super, that doesn't dictate a great performance. Look, I'm looking at it now, Trev. Let's go to Navy per game. So that would basically mean that they would have to hold Navy to less than 34 points. And actually, you know what? They only had 288 yards of offense against Charlotte last week. Yards, that might be tough. Points, I definitely think points. For sure, points. Yards per play and total yards are maybe a little tougher, but possible.
Yeah, it sounds like just a rinse.
I'll buy it.
Yeah,
I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'll buy that. It sounds like a rinse repeat of what Notre Dame did against Georgia Tech
and everyone else they played this year. Basically.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah. Outside, I will say, I think Louisville is the only team that kind of hung with and did the back and forth thing.
Yeah, but part of that was because they had 2 touchdown drives that covered a total of 33 yards.
Fair.
You take away that 9-yard touchdown drive, and that game is not close.
Sure.
Not close. But you're not completely wrong on that, Trevor. But even then, that's their second lowest yardage total of the season.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech game being lower. And the only reason the Georgia Tech game was lower is because they had 2 non-offensive touchdowns. They had the fumble that they scored and the blocked field goal. So they lost a lot of snaps. They had 30 fewer snaps against Notre Dame than they did Georgia Tech, but only 69 fewer yards. They were at 7.1 yards per play against Georgia Tech, 5.2 against Notre Dame. Their next lowest yards per play game was against Miami at 6.2.
Gotcha.
Which is a whole yard lower.
Yeah.
And then obviously the 24 points is also a season low for Louisville. So even Louisville, even though they gave up some, even with the short fields, that's still ties for the fewest points Louisville's had all year. It's the second lowest yards, and by far the lowest yards per play. Like, for example, Virginia only scored 24 against Virginia, but they had 408 yards and they averaged 6.6 yards per play. So, like, even Louisville was a significantly lower output than what they've done all season. I'm gonna say the only team that the defense played bad against was Northern Illinois, because that is still the most yards and the most yards per play that Northern. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong team. Give me a second. Let me look at that. I was looking at Notre Dame. Total offense. That is, they've had 1, 2, 3 games with lower yards than they had against Notre Dame, and they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 games with 4 games with lower yards per play. That's the anomaly for the defense this season, is that game right there.
Gotcha.
So, that's kind of where I'm coming from, Trevor. So, yes, sure. It is right in line with what they've done all season, with the exception of that game. I mean, like Texas A&M had 246 yards of offense. Their next lowest game is 297 against Arkansas, and they ran, and their 3.6 yards per play is over a yard lower than they 3.62. Their next lowest is against Arkansas at 4.95. I mean, so in a lot of these cases, it's significantly lower production than they've had against everybody else. That's when you know a team is good. It's not that their numbers look good, because you could play a lot of really bad teams and look good. It's, are you dominating teams in a significantly greater fashion than everybody else is dominating them? That's how you know you're playing well. And with basically one exception, that's pretty much been the case all year.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold again. College Football Playoff Committee will put a 3-loss SEC and a 3-loss Big Ten team in the playoffs.
There's no way a 3-loss Big Ten team makes the playoff. No. There could be a 3-loss SEC team that deserves to be in the playoff. Like, if Georgia goes 10-2, and then let's say they lose a rematch to Texas in the SEC title game, Georgia deserves to be in the college football playoff. They'll still have a win over Texas and a win over at least one of Tennessee or Ole Miss, and a win over Clemson,
and a win over Bama.
They lost to Bama, then they would have lost to Ole Miss or whoever they else lose to next. Like, they will have several really good wins. They would deserve to be in at that point in time. There's no Big Ten team that's going to have anywhere close to a tough enough schedule to be a 3-loss team and be in the college football playoff. There won't be.
No.
If Ohio State loses and Ohio State has the best chance to have 3 losses, in my opinion, and have a case, because they would have lost to Indiana, Purdue, and Oregon. Who would they beat? Like, if Ohio State is in at 9-3 at the end of the year, because this thing, if Ohio State loses 3, they're not in the Big Ten title game. Whereas Georgia could lose 3 and the third coming in the SEC title game. You know what I mean? Or even 9-3 and not make it, they could still potentially get in.
Yeah.
But if Ohio State loses 3 games, it's likely all in the regular season, which means their best win would be what? Over Iowa,
Michigan, Nebraska.
State, Michigan, Nebraska, a team who, no. The Big Ten will not have that. So I'm selling because you put the 2 in there. I expect that there's a good chance a 3-loss SEC team could get in. I don't think there's any chance that like even LSU. Let's be honest about this, all right? I'll even use LSU as an example. I can't stand Brian Kelly. You know that. But if, let's say, they go lose to A&M this weekend, and then they go beat Alabama, they beat Vanderbilt, they beat Oklahoma, they will have beaten Ole Miss, they will have beaten Arkansas on the road, and let's say they lose the SEC title game to Texas or Georgia. That's a 10-3 team with a really good resume that has a very legitimate case to be in the college football playoff because of who they played and who they beat.
Yeah.
So the SEC might deserve a 3-loss team in the playoff. The Big Ten will absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So
I think this is these last 2. This one. So the ... Trevor, because the question was too big for me to fit under one card.
Okay.
So that's why I have that.
Okay.
I want to explain that to you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Buy, sell, hold from Sean McCardle. The boys will continue to rally together and finish the season 11-1, and even the Freeman skeptics will have to admit he's the right man to lead the Irish, which will springboard the Irish into consecutive Final Four appearances at a minimum. in 2025 and 2026 as the offense will catch up to the defense's future NFL running backs, run wild behind a huge and nasty offensive line, and CJ Carr becomes the best quarterback we've seen since Quinn, throwing to quality, if not elite, wide receivers and dynamic tight ends.
I love the optimism, man. I do.
Sure do.
This part right here, I don't know. I would hold that one because I don't know that going 11-1 necessarily should answer all the potential questions that Marcus Freeman has. Because I'm still going to say, yeah, you went 11-1. It's a great year, but how the heck did you lose? That actually almost makes the Northern Illinois game look worse. Because you beat all those teams and you lost to that freaking team and they led basically almost the entire game. That's bad. It'll make people be more comfortable with it. But it's going to take this first playoff Final Four appearance before people fully are bought into he's the guy.
Agreed.
He's yeah. I think that's possible. We need to see kind of who all comes back for everyone, but it's certainly possible. But I think that there's still going to be an understandable, Marcus Freeman's the guy that should be leading this program if they go 11-1. That's not a debate. So I guess in that regard, it's a buy. Right. But is he the guy to lead them to the promised land? That's the bigger question, and that we won't know until he does it, or at least gets them a lot closer. Yeah. But if they go 11-1 this year and win 2 games in the playoff and get to the Final Four, I'm you went to the Final Four with all those injuries. He's the guy. He's the guy. He's the guy. Imagine what he's going to do when he gets a healthy, deeper team and his recruits are sophomores or juniors and seniors.
Yeah.
That's going to be my storyline. You know what I mean? And it's true. So that could happen this year, Trevor. I don't think it will, but it could. It could. Let's say they win. They beat, they get a 6 seed. They beat the 11 seed, whoever it is, in the first round. Then they go to the next round and they beat Miami or Clemson in the ACC title game. And then they got to play Georgia or in the semifinal and they lose in a 4-quarter dogfight. All right. Okay. With all the injuries that Notre Dame has, okay, I'm sold. Now take it to the next level, but I'm sold that he can get this. He can get the most out of this team.
I'll do you one better. With the injuries, if you're able to go, just compete with a Miami team that throws the ball all over the field with a true freshman starting corner. Right. You're arguably your 2 best edge rushers on the team that are out. Ben Morrison's out.
All-American corner. Yeah.
You
it's hard for me to agree with you on that, Trevor, because it's Miami.
I know.
Let's say Clemson. Let's go Clemson. I can't. But no, your point is very valid. It's just once you said Miami, I was I stopped listening to everything else you said after you said Miami. No, you never say it's okay to lose to Miami.
I know.
No, can't do it, Trevor. This one's easy. Speaking of teams I hate, let's get to this last one. This thing wants to make me work for it. There we go.
Buy, so hold. G Live 8. Michigan goes 6-6.
They're 4-3. They play Michigan State at home this week, Oregon at home this week. Let's say they split those. That's 5-4. They play at Indiana. Let's just say it's a loss. It's 5-5. They beat Northwestern and then they lose to Ohio State. So they're going to have to either beat Indiana on the road or beat Oregon at home to have a chance to be better than 6-6, or somehow upset Ohio State at Ohio State, which I just don't see happening. So, yeah, I buy that.
Yeah.
I think there's a better chance they go 5-7 than they go 8-4.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I look at them the same way that I look at USC. That both Michigan and USC are fighting to get bowl eligibility. Especially with the schedule they have left, assume that Michigan drops 3 games to their to the ranked opponents they play, that you got to steal a game against Michigan State or Northwestern. Luckily for Michigan, Oregon, Michigan State, and Northwestern are all at home. Now, mind you, they lost they almost lost to Minnesota at home.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, they were winning by double digits in the fourth quarter of that game. They just kind of let them back in it. But I just look at, I got a team wrong. I got USC wrong this offseason. I thought USC is going to be better than they are. I got Michigan right. I said, I think I said at best they're 8-4 this year, at best. And there's a chance they could be worse because I don't think people put enough stock into their secondary issues with the losses they had in the secondary. Not because you lost Sabb, transferred to Bama. Wallace was out of eligibility. Sainristal is out of eligibility. And then Rod Moore got hurt in the spring. You're completely starting over in the secondary, and they hadn't recruited well enough to just reload the way that Notre Dame could. As good as their D-line is, and the quarterback issue was major. Like, that was such a problem that I didn't see how they're going to overcome that. I just did see how they're going to overcome that. So I'm actually more sympathetic to Michigan struggles than I am USC struggles, is my point. USC's underachieving. I don't know that Michigan is necessarily underachieving. I mean, who did they lose to that they should have beat? I don't think I predict them to lose to Illinois. I predict them to lose to Illinois preseason. I predict them to lose to Washington preseason, and I predict them to lose to Texas. They should have beat USC. I mean, USC should have beat them. USC has a better roster, in my opinion, both sides of the ball than what Michigan does right now, with all the injuries that Michigan's had in the secondary.
Yeah,
USC had no business losing that game. Michigan grinded that game out. They beat Minnesota. They should have beaten. They beat Arkansas State, Fresno. I don't know that any of the teams that they lost to are teams that I necessarily thought they should have lost. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm not down on Michigan as far as like they're way worse than I thought they're pretty much about what I thought they'd be on the lower end of what I thought their range was. That's kind of where they are. I thought 8-4 was like things go well. They'll go 8-4 because their schedule was pretty tough too. You got Texas at home, Oregon at home, at Ohio State. You got to play USC at home. And then now Indiana's a lot better than people think. So,
yeah. Their only game that they dropped that I didn't think that they should have was the Washington game. I know it's at Washington. I don't think Washington's good. They lost their head coach. They lost their starting quarterback, their two best wide receivers. Now, make the same argument.
A lot of guys on their offensive line and defense as well, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, the one prediction that I was right about in my preseason talk about Michigan was I said that Donovan Edwards was going to come out of this season not as RB1 for Michigan.
You got that one right.
Yeah, because I mean, I said it that he's a good complementary back, but there was nothing like he was a really explosive runner in those big games in the playoffs and against Ohio State. But Donovan Edwards not a 15 carry a game.
He's had a lot more bad games than he's had good games.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You're spot on.
So Khalil Mullings kind of took that over, and because he's a better 3 down between the tackles back. So I didn't know what their record was going to be because it was tough, but yeah,
it ain't good.
No,
it ain't good. So I will. We'll end it with that, Trev. So hey, you want to go ahead and get us out of here, man?
Yeah, let's do it.
We didn't go 5 hours. We only went 4 hours. We didn't go 5.
We did not. I could have went for another 50 minutes, man. I'm
too old, today. Man. I gotta go take a nap.
Fair enough. It's 5:47. What is that? Like an hour past dinner time? What's going on?
Oh my god. No. Okay. All right. That's how it is. Okay.
By the way, I love working for you. It's been great. So
Trevor will no longer be with us.
Oh man. Next board post I'm gonna log on. It's like membership expired.
You've lost access.
What happened? Oh man. Well,
so I'm joking, but I actually dig that. So I appreciate that, Trev. So let's get out of here.
Of course. Well, thank you guys for being with us.
Once y'all leave us after Trevor's thing, head over to IB Nation Sports Talk.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for being with us for some 4 hours and some change. Always remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share this podcast, hit the notification bell for when IB Nation Sports Talk goes live, and when you know that Bryan and I are going to go live. We will be back again tomorrow at 1 p.m. to go through keys to victory, and then at 2 p.m. you'll be on with Bill Bender.
Yes,
talk about the rest of the slate of college football, and then Friday, as normal, we're going to have our mailbag where we're going to get to answer all of the other questions that you guys have outside of the buy, sell, hold. But until then, don't forget to go to boards at irishbreakdown.com. Sign up to see all of our premium content. But for now, that'll do it. I'm Trev. That's Bryan, and we will see you guys back here again tomorrow at the Irish Breakdown Podcast.